Alright, hello everyone. Apologies for the bit of a delay in the start. I had to go finish up some other stuff. But we are back with Ace Attorney Investigations Part 2. It's time to start the sequel. The Never Before Translate sequel. Don't think I want to go from that one because we finished that. I think we want to change to the other game so we can start this one instead. Prosecutor's Gambit. This is also 5 episodes as well. Cool. Alright, same length as the other one. This was, I guess for the longest time, the only Ace Attorney game. Technically, this is a new release as far as Westerners are concerned. Although avid fans have probably played through the translation. I have not played anything related to this at all. So I'm looking forward to it. I mean, it's the closest thing we're going to get to a new Ace Attorney game anytime soon, I would imagine. I guess the whatever the 19th century themed ones, whatever those are called, Great Ace Attorney is also technically new to a lot of people, but even those have been out for a few years. This was the last Ace Attorney game to not have been translated, so let's see what we got. Apparently, I've heard from many people this is way better than the first one. The first one kind of, according to some people, meanders a little bit during the middle, and I think I kind of agree. The first one did have some low points. That last case was really good though. Really enjoyed it. Well, already it seems like production value is much higher in this one. We actually have animations. Full animations. I think this is the most animation we've ever had in an Ace Attorney game. Oh no, you know what? We had animations like this in, what was it, Case 5 of the first game, but not since. But I guess that's also because every game since was on the Game Boy, technically, and not the DS game. So this looks to be a very direct sequel. I guess this is the reuniting of the countries, perhaps. I had to like look away for a second, so I might have missed some important dialogue. Regardless of what it is, someone's about to die. Does that guy have pointed ears? Is he an elf? Beard would suggest a dwarf, but he's too tall. Well, regardless of what he is, he's dead. So it doesn't really matter now. Yes, just get the random prosecutor that helped you before in this murder trial. Don't call the detectives. No. Call the prosecutor. He can solve it. Because apparently that's what Miles is good at, is moonlighting as a detective. Gourd Lake. This is now the second time we've gone here. I think this is the first location from the main series that we've gone to. I'm trying to think. I mean, aside from the prosecutor's office, of course. Because like everything else was technically new. Yeah. Like the theme park was new, the airplane was new. So I think this is the first time we were actually revisiting. Oh, and the courthouse. We did go to the courthouse. So technically that was also old too. But every other location seems to be new to the game. But this is, I think, the first time we've actually revisiting a location from the main series. The news must be halfway around the world already. I like the crowd. The crowd's actually like animated, which is cool to see. After all, it's not every day an attempt is made on the life of a nation's president. Oh, okay, so they missed. So no one's died yet. But since this is an Ace Attorney game, you know someone's going to be dying eventually. You know, they almost got us in the last game with the fake out and not having an actual death, but someone had to die. It had to happen. And then there was, what was it, game 2 or 3? That had like the, no, it was 3. It was one of the first cases in 3 where it was like, oh yeah, it's just a petty crime case. And then, whoops, nope, sorry, all murder. Maybe one of these days we won't have that fake out. Maybe this will be the case. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor. I came as soon as I got the call. The moment the phone rang, I knew it was serious. Mr. Edgeworth! Thank goodness you're here, sir. This is Dick Gumshoe, detective with the local precinct. He's the one usually assigned to my cases. How is the president, Detective? We still don't know, Mr. Edgeworth. The medics just boarded the plane a few minutes ago. I see. I hope he's all right. Then I suppose you better show me the scene of the crime instead. Uh-oh. 1 second. I don't think we're on the right, I just realized I don't think things are captured properly. Okay, things are now capturing properly. Never mind. Hopefully stuff was coming through. I don't know if I don't know what wouldn't have been coming through on that scene, but it was definitely the wrong scene. But now we're on the right scene, so we should be good. By the way, sir. Okay, I don't know who would be calling him Ruffles, but, is this someone he knows? Who's that? This is a new person. You're the prosecutor in charge of this case here, ain't ya? Wanna give me your first impressions? Anything strike y'all as odd? What kind of reporter is this? No comment. Detective Gumshoe, with me. Yeah, just ignore. If someone's carrying around a microphone, then that means you can ignore them. Come on now, Mr. Prosecutor. Don't be like that. Mr. Edgeworth, wait for me. Now, Detective, I'll need the facts on the case, in as much detail as you can give. Holy shit, that guy's jacked. What the fuck? Well, the scene was right here at Gold Lake, as you already know. A bunch of people were gathered to welcome the President Sheng-Fa. I thought he was giving the finger for a second. Di Junwang. Yes, I read about his visit. It's been all over the news for days now. It was raining until just before he landed. Luckily it let up and he went on stage as planned. And then smack dab in the middle of his speech. Bang! The gun goes off and everybody runs for cover. Terrified for their lives. Apparently. Yeah, apparently, because everyone's still standing here. Well, you're telling me everyone gathered around again after the gun went off? Everyone was like, oh, okay, I guess the killer's gone now. Safe to come back. Apparently. Truth is, I only just showed up myself. I don't know a whole lot more than you do, sir. You were summoned on short notice as well? So it was. Right in the middle of my day off. I was at the office taking advantage of the peace and quiet to prepare for my next case. And then the boss himself calls you to the scene. Never a dull moment, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? The boss? Yeah, Chief Prosecutor was right here in the park. Saw the whole thing. First chance he got, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Get me Edgeworth right away. He's the only man for the job. Something like that. I see. Oh, they cordoned the perimeter of the park off as soon as it happened, you'll be happy to know. Then why are there, all these people standing here then? If the perimeter of the park has been, taped off, why are there all these bystanders inside the tape? So the would-be assassin is still here somewhere. Good. Well, not even taped off, apparently it's surrounded by policemen. Now all you gotta do is find him in the middle of that crowd, before they strike again. Oh, I guess they're all technically witnesses. You know what? That's fair. I don't know why I didn't think of that. That makes way more sense. 1 second here. Let me just enable that. You're right. We don't know what else our culprit might be planning. These people are in danger. We don't have a moment to lose. Let's begin with the basics. And search every inch of the crime scene for clues, no matter how insignificant they may seem. Precisely. The president was shot at, which means a gun was involved. That's our first clue. Alright. Duly noted. Detective Gumshoe. How exactly was the security detail surrounding the president's speech organized? Well, sir, our officers were mainly focused on securing the perimeter of the park. The president's people took charge of the rest. He has his own team of bodyguards. See those guys over there? Maybe we should ask them a few questions. They don't look like the ones that'd be willing to talk. If I want to talk with them, I'll need to walk over and press A. Can I help you? You're one of the president's bodyguards, correct? Could you tell me how this security detail was arranged during the speech? Two of our senior operatives were attached to the president. the rest secure the stage. This isn't our first rodeo. Anything suspicious in that crowd and we would have spotted it right away. I see. So the president's security was tightly orchestrated for the duration of his speech. Let's investigate further. We should speak with other witnesses and continue to look over the crime scene. We can't afford to leave any stone unturned. So that's how you all go about it, huh? Sure is something seeing the pros at work. Care to share a little info about what happens to that information once you got a hold of it? Bystanders. This one seems persistent, but I can't afford to get distracted. Hey, Ruffles, I asked you a question, dang it. What happens next? Well, we put all the information together and try to find connections. Right, sir? Detective! Well, don't be so hard on the poor guy. So, connections, you say? And what next? Well, I guess you'd say we connect the dots. Connect one piece of info to the other. It's Mr. Edgeworth's forte. He's a logic master. I can view what information I have with L and then connect them with X. I should try it now. Just a quick press of L and we'll be off down the path of logic. Okay, so it seems like the mechanics haven't changed a whole lot. Looks the same. Looks exactly the same. I feel like there's probably some new gimmick, though, that we'll see later. Despite the president's tight security, the perpetrators still managed to carry out their attack, completely undetected by a contingent of highly trained bodyguards, no less. No mean feat. This would have taken some serious planning. In other words, the assassination attempt was almost certainly premeditated. I mean, usually if someone's bringing a gun to a show like this, it's probably premeditated. You don't just carry around firearms all willy-nilly. That's the stuff, Mr. Edgeworth. The old logic never fails, huh? Indeed. All we need to do is find the right clues and then make the right connections between them. Make the wrong connections, however, and we'll only wind up further from the truth. Which means I must make well-reasoned connections if I would tend to draw logical conclusions. Let's get this investigation started. Time to examine anything that looks suspicious. To examine things, I simply need to walk up to them and press A. And if I wish to speak with a detective, I should use X. Okay. That cup's not suspicious? Have you found anything of note, officer? No, sir. Not a thing. No fingerprints, no footprints, nothing. That is to say, none that stand out, sir. Not after everybody touched and walked over everything. Detective Gumshoe, did he sound pleased about having no evidence to catalog? I'll speak to his commanding officer about it, sir. Salary review's coming up and all. I mean, come on, give the guy a break, you know? It's nice when you don't have to do as much work, isn't it? What is the officer here taking pictures of, detective? The wicked will be crushed beneath the righteous hand of mere justice. Looks like he's reading off of these papers here, Mr. Edgeworth. Pro speech tips number 3. Speak slowly and confidently to win your audience around. Hey, this is good stuff. Better get a shot of this one, too. Instead of focusing on that speech, how about you focus on your work instead, officer? So the president had a nasty surprise while he was giving his speech. Same thing happened to me when I was a kid, right in the middle of a speaking contest. There I was yammering away when all of a sudden an earthquake almost jumped out of my skin. That sounds terrifying. Even the word earthquake makes me queasy. You were listening, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were ignoring my little aside like always. Come on, Edgeworth isn't that heartless. Did they just, like, the plane just run over the Steel Samurai? Blow up? No. Why is there this giant plane in this lake anyways? I was surprised as you, sir. There's no mistaking it. It's a Steel Samurai. Steel Samurai, warrior of near old Tokyo. It's a popular TV show. Old, young, it doesn't matter. It truly has something for everyone. Beats me why they had a Steel Samurai balloon as a welcome party for a foreign president. It is a little odd, although now that I think about it, what better hero to represent our nation? Well, wasn't this Shang-Fa? Isn't that one of the countries that was involved in the last case of the last game? Or am I wrong? No, I think Shangfa was was a different one. That was the other country that was mentioned on, was it case 2, I think? On the jet? Yeah, because I think there was like 3 foreign countries introduced last game. So I guess this is that one. Must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Makes it hot, don't it? It does. What villainy could have befallen him? Witnesses said he popped right about when the gun went off, which would strongly suggest that a bullet struck the balloon. Looks like we got a case of cold-blooded samurai murder on our hands. Sacrilege. I won't rest until the culprit has been apprehended. Detective, we cannot let this vile assassin escape. We won't, sir. You can count on it. I feel like he wouldn't be quite as enthused about catching this guy if the balloon didn't get popped. Oh, that looks like something. It's a flag of Shangfa. The key motif is a blazing red phoenix. Wait, what's this? Something the matter, sir? You don't see it, detective. There's something unusual about this flag. Compared with the one on the other side of the stage, if you will. Oh, that's a beauty right there. Just look at it flapping in the wind. It's immaculate. Exactly. Which is how a flag should look. And yet, here we see a quite different picture. One thing in particular stands out, don't you think? Right, of course. Is it, Gah, I give up. Come on, spill the beans. You can lead a horse to water. I'll just have to move the cursor to the problematic spot and highlight the difference with X. Take that! Look closely. Do you see the hole? Well, look at that. You're right, sir. And note the burn marks around the edges. That's a bullet hole. There's no mistaking it. A bullet hole? So you're saying a bullet went through this flag? I think I've gathered enough information for the moment. Time to put the pieces together and see what we can figure out. So it seems like we have a trajectory profile here. Well, that will certainly help with narrowing down where the assassin was. There's a bullet hole in the flag, and it seems highly likely the balloon was popped by a bullet too. Which means the 2 shots were fired. Right, sir? Possibly even 3. The president was shot at as well, remember? Equally, the hole in the flag and the hole in the balloon could have been made by the same bullet. What we need to know is how many gunshots there were. I guess there would be more than one, because the president's, like, way over there and the flag's way over there. So yeah, at least 2 seems like a logical conclusion. Alright, on with the Ruffles! Ruffles! Y'all figured out something, huh? Care to share? Who exactly is she, and why she keeps shouting at us? Rubbernecker, I guess. Seems pretty interested in the case. Come on, give me something here. We do need to speak with some witnesses to find out how many gunshots there were. Fine. Let's go see if she can tell us anything. There y'all are. Debbie Lloyd, at your service. Oh, with a name like that, I'm dying to speak with her. I'm looking into the case for, well, just for me right now, but... Looking into the case? Miss Lloyd, was it? Miss Lloyd, there's something... Well, can you tell me? Any exclusive details you want to share? How about the perp? Have they made any demands? What about their ruffles? Why's a fella buy a crab yacht like that? Will you be quiet for a moment? I'll be asking the questions here. Dang, there I thought I could get me some spice and something juicy for my piece. I need to know about the shooting. Can you tell me how many gunshots you heard? Why, I most certainly cannot. I beg your pardon. You can't just be handing out leads for free. That stuff's my livelihood. Oh, come on, don't hold that out on us. We all get a share sometimes. Me? Hold out on you? Well, if y'all gonna be like that, then I'll be moving right along. Goodbye. Yeah, good. Leave. Be better for all of us.
Wait. Wait for what exactly, huh? Huh? If you got nothing for me, I'm gone. The first out of moves here.
Out of moves? I wouldn't be so sure.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
As you know, Detective, I like to play a little chess. And what does one do in chess when an opponent adopts a defensive position? Why, the board offers any number of options, but some are more effective than others.
Sorry, sir, but, this is all going way over my head.
No matter how impenetrable an opponent's defenses may seem, it can always be overcome. Watch and learn, Detective, as I shatter my opponent's resolve with the power of words. When attempting to draw out an entrenched opponent, one must employ certain tactics. Let us picture the board, and see if we can anticipate our adversary's next move. Now we must analyze the state of play.
You ain't got nothing out of me, not until you give me something in return.
What, we're actually playing chess? Rest of us out here playing checkers while Edgeworth is fucking destroying her at chess. My opponent's dug herself in deep. Her defenses won't be easily broken, but I can't afford to try her patience by taking too long to deploy my next move. In other words, I must be conscious not just of my strategy, but also of the passing of time. What do you mean, the passing of time? That said, I can't afford to waste my words either. In fact, it can pay a dividends not to, if my opponent gets too agitated.
You're trying to fix and ask me something, will you danged well ask it already?
I may be able to gain a tactical advantage by calmly biding my time. Then, when I see a crack in my opponent's armor, I pounce. I should begin by finding out what it is that she does. Alright, time to make my opening gambit. Mind chess! Oh, this is sick. Alright, let's ask. Why don't you begin by telling me about what it is that you do?
Sure. Oh, I could totally not do that. Think I don't know when to keep my mouth shut? That's my job.
Is it now? So you do something you won't or can't tell anybody about?
No, shut up. I ain't no lawbreaker if that's what you're insinuating.
Should I bide my time?
I'm a law-abiding everyday citizen. You got no reason to say otherwise.
Forgive me. I meant nothing by it. If it's something you can't tell me about, I imagine it must be very important work indeed.
Well, sure, I guess. Leastways, it will be once I get my first big scoop.
Let's give it a try. I see. It's a scoop you're after. So you're a journalist, is that correct?
Dang. Sure. I'm your friendly neighborhood reporter. The hungriest club on the beat.
That's the mystery of what she does for a living solved. Perhaps our hungry young cub has gathered information vital to the case. Let's make our next line of inquiry. With the opening moves concluded, the mid-game approaches. What else does she have to tell us? Where's the record of your reporting? Were you at the scene of the crime? Yeah. At the time of the incident, were you present at the scene of the crime?
Come on now, Ruffles. You ain't gonna give little old Tabby something first?
Absolutely not.
Then I ain't giving you nothing neither. You think I'm a sucker? Think again.
Hand it over, you're under arrest? Now we'll go with this one.
Come on, this is my career we're talking about here. You gotta give me something.
Sadly, the more you know, the more you might find yourself in danger.
I ain't scared. I'm a pro. Takes more than a sound of little gunfire to faze me.
Oh, you heard gunfire, did you? You may be a pro as you put it, but I'd say you're still a little wet behind the ears. You say you heard gunfire, which proves you were here at the time of the crime. Therefore, you must have seen something.
Double dang. Fine, I was here. I saw it. Came to report on the big speech. Wound up reporting on a shooting. And you won't get no more out of me than that. I'm done with your tricks, Ruffles.
She came to report on the event. She must have made a record of some kind. A record I would very much like to get my hands on. This is quite the clue as to where to take the conversation next. You're a reporter, which means you must have been making a record of some kind.
You got more questions, you gotta give me something first. That's the deal.
I am not in the habit of making deals. Now tell me what I need to know.
Sorry, Ruffles. I can't help you.
Time to deploy my clue. Your clue? Okay, let's try biting first and see what that does. It seems like pressing in normal conversations.
Hey, partner. This ain't no time for the silent treatment here. I'm a busy woman.
Seems I misjudged that one. Oh fuck, you get penalized for it? Okay. It's more effective to bide my time the more agitated or upset my opponent seems. And when they're vulnerable, that's the time to go on the verbal offensive. Okay. Oh, so let's start over. I guess we have to go with this one. No self-respecting reporter would leave the house without a means of putting things on the record. So tell me, Miss Lloyd, where is yours?
Of course I made a record. I told you I'm a pro. Dang near wore my shoes out running around on this one. Which is why I'm not about to just hand it over to the first person who asks me.
Well, not just anyone, young lady. I am the prosecutor in charge of this case.
Don't you young lady me. You ain't getting it, no matter how many times you ask.
Just let her whine. Surf it.
You understand, don't you, Ruffles? It ain't nothing personal.
I understand that your job is a difficult one.
You do? Well, ain't that sweet?
In such a competitive field, you must sometimes doubt that you'll ever succeed.
Nah, I'll go plenty far, I'm sure of it. Yeah. Just as long as I got my trusty tape recorder, I'll always be ready to nab me a scoop.
Intriguing. A young reporter hungry for success. So dedicated to her craft that to leave such an important event unrecorded would be unthinkable. And indeed she did not. She committed the entire event to tape.
Dang it! This is my scoop you're messing with. A big break. Fine. Sure, I record the whole darn thing. It's all right here. You got me, okay?
Checkmate. If that's instead of like the previous game's pressing and evidence stuff, then I'm down for that. I feel like there's probably going to be both though. It's probably in addition to that.
You're something else, Ruffles. I was trying to be all strong and silent, but you had me singing like a canary.
Never mind that. Now play us the tape. This should finally tell us how many shots were fired.
Fine. You can hear it, but I got conditions. You played me like a fiddle, Ruffles. Only the chief ever played me so good. So you gotta agree to be chief number 2. And to be a mentor to a rising star, aka me.
Chief number 2, huh? Kinda like a second parent. That's a big responsibility, sir.
And one more thing. I want exclusive reporting rights for the first 24 hours. Come on, you gotta say yes. What kind of mentor wouldn't give his star pupil that exclusive, huh?
Is that really in his jurisdiction to say something like that? She's a difficult woman to refuse. I need to hear that recording. 24 hours is more than I can promise. But the story's yours until the case is solved.
And the job of chief number 2?
I think not.
You're no fun. But I guess a girl can't have everything. All for the sake of the scoop, huh? Alright, you got yourself a deal. I got exclusive access starting right this second, Ruffles.
Good. Then our first order of business is to listen to that tape. You want exclusive reporting rights, then you need to get us all up to speed on what was happening. Honored friends and allies, I am here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dogged my beloved nation are no more. Present speech.
President passionately addresses the assembled crowd, as if trying to shake off the reports of his declining popularity by sheer force of will. That day's me. Can't beat a little live commentary to set the scene. Meaning scheduled just for after the speech, correct?
Seems pretty pleased to be able to put the whole Atagarasu situation behind him. Is what he should be. This is a great day for all of us. Whose voices are these?
Oh, there were these two old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole darn time.
I know their voices from somewhere.
Wait, the part where the gun goes off is right after this. President thrusts his fist into the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch.
The battle against evil rages on. Here today I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice. Well, that confirms it. Sounds like 2 shots to me.
Oh, what the?
So, 2 shots were fired.
Yep. And, that tells us something?
Something very important indeed. It allows us to deduce the trajectory of one of our bullets. Of the 2 shots fired, 1 hit the president, which means the other must have passed through both the flag and the balloon, in that order. Which, as you can see, allows us to deduce the position of our shooter. The only possible place from which a bullet could have been fired through the flag and the balloon is... Or are we actually doing like full triangulation? Like how precise are you thinking? Like right here? You think they were standing right in the walkway? There is no way they got away with that. No, wouldn't it have to be like over here? Like, oh, okay, let's think about this for a second. President's here. Are we considering that the podium is in the way? Or are we just ignoring that fact? Because, I mean, obviously it couldn't be back here. Because then you can't really hit the balloon. So the balloon has to be from over here. I mean, if we're doing, like, triangulation, then the answer's here. But if we're thinking this, like, more logically, I'm thinking, like, over here. But I'm trying to think what the game would want. You know what, let's go with triangulation, because that seems the more straightforward, obvious answer. Right around here, maybe? Here. Yes, there's no doubt about it. This is where our shooter was standing.
You sure about that, Ruffles?
What's your mouth, kid? Mr. Edgeworth's power of deduction never fails. He takes the evidence, puts it together, uses his logic, and bam! Out comes the truth every time. Something tells me that logic failed this time. Can't wait to hear the logic behind this one. Well, sir, how'd you do it? Sir? One moment. Yes,
It's alright, Ruffles. We all make mistakes.
I picked the wrong spot. 2 bullets were fired, we know that for a fact. If we draw a straight line along the path of each bullet, our 2 lines should converge on a single point, the point where our culprit was standing. Well, yeah, that's what I was doing. Is that not good enough for you? Okay, where else could they be then? Okay, so the podium is in the way, right? So then... Or did I just, like, misclick on where exactly it was? Like, how precise are we going here? Because it seems like maybe right in front of the stairs, is that not where I clicked? I mean, if you want to get real logical, then it seems more like over here. Because it's the only way you could, like, shoot around the podium to hit him. Let's try... I don't know, let's try something a little wackier, because I feel like it's not going to be right where I thought it was going to be. Maybe, like, right... Well, no, because... Okay, if we draw a line straight through them, can I do that all? Or is this only 8-way? Okay, it's like, not really. Yeah, I don't really know where we could to hit the president from. Like, that's why I picked here, because it was where they met, but... I don't know, I'm gonna try, like, over here. There we go. Drawing a line between the flag and the balloon gives us the trajectory of one of our bullets, and places our shooter on the left-hand side of the spectator area. But, I mean, I guess that... I guess the podium didn't matter. I don't know what I was thinking. I mean, yeah, it did seem kind of weird that the perpetrator would be standing right in the middle where everyone could see him holding a gun.
You're genius, Mr. Edgeworth.
Detective Gumshoe, I'll need to examine the left side of the spectator area.
Roger that, sir. So you, need me to clear all those people out of the way, I guess.
I do. And what evidence remains to be found may already be deteriorating, so I'll need you to be quick about it.
Yes, sir. Chief! Hey, I'm talking to you, Chief.
I suppose you mean me, Miss Lloyd?
I sure do. You gotta let me help out. This stuff's my forte. I'm the best crowd herder you ever did see. I'll prod, pummel, and push them whoever you like.
Very kind offer, but I think a less hands-on approach might be preferable. Also, about this chief business. I am nobody's chief.
Whatever you say, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Your wish is my command.
I somehow doubt that.
Here you go, sir. It's all ready for you. Miss Lloyd here cleaned everybody up just like that. You should have seen it. Oh, you ain't seen nothing. The chief, my other chief, that is, she sends him running twice as quick.
I feel like we know this other chief. She sounds like quite the formidable character. Perhaps I should go easier on the poor girl. Thank you, but you really shouldn't have. All that running around. Your clothes are covered in mud. Allow me to pay for the cleaning. It's the least I can do.
Huh? Give me my jacket? Oh, you don't should be worrying about your pretty little head about that. It's reversible. All I gotta do is switch it around and alakazam. No more dirt.
Isn't the dirt now on the inside, though? And you just made whatever's inside dirty? On the outside, perhaps, but you'd still have some of a problem with the inside.
We're ready to get back to the investigation whenever you are, sir.
Crowd has trampled the entire area. We'll be lucky to find any traces of our shooter at all. Yeah, this ain't looking too good. What are you doing here?
Well, this is quite the situation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth? Who is he again? It's Payne, Mr. Edgeworth. Winston Payne. We work together at the prosecutor's office.
He's a prosecutor? What brings you here today, Mr. Payne?
What indeed? Why, only the invitation of the chief prosecutor himself.
His voice. I recognized it from the tape recording. Was he one of the men who was standing in front of Miss Lloyd? And where is the chief prosecutor?
He had to leave, I'm afraid. He's a busy man. They let him, and only him, out through the cordon.
So he had me summoned on short notice and then left before I even showed up. Rude. I want to know who this chief prosecutor is because last I checked, the chief prosecutor was arrested. I didn't know we had a new one. You're with the news channels?
Yep. Can I help you?
You must have footage of the event. Do you mind if I take a look?
Wish I could help you, but that might be a little tricky. And why's that, huh, pal? You got a problem doing your civic duty or something? No, it's just that my camera was knocked over in all the panic, and now I can't get it to work.
That footage would have helped immensely.
Yeah, just that luck.
What the? You look like you need a little help, Mr. Edgeworth. I know that voice. It's you! Hey! Why didn't you just jump down beside him instead of run all the way around? Okay.
Honestly, I'll leave you alone for 2 seconds. But don't worry, your hero's here to save the day. That's right, the one, the only Cave Faraday.
Hero? Only you would give yourself a title like that. So you're not a great thief anymore?
Not right now, but it's not like I quit. I'm just, on sabbatical. I'm taking time out for some intensive training. Being the second Yatagarasu doesn't come easy.
Kay helped me out on a few occasions about 2 weeks ago when I was working a case. The case of the Yatagarasu, of a mysterious thief who seemed to appear and disappear at will, and who claimed only to steal the truth. She calls herself the second Yatagarasu, the successor to the so-called Great Thief.
There's not a lock I can't open or a trap I can't escape. And when it comes to stealing, well, I'm still in training, but I'll get there soon enough.
What are you doing here, Kay?
What do you think I'm doing? I've been enjoying the festivities, of course.
I suppose you did mention being fond of such things.
And afterwards, I was thinking of dropping by your office to see you guys. But now I don't have to.
Good to see you too, kiddo. You're as bright and breezy as ever.
Hey, Gummy. How you been? You're looking pretty full of beans yourself.
It's okay. Are you really here to save the day?
Yep. Prepare your jaw to hit the floor. Your best pal in the world here only went and took pictures of the whole shebang.
Did you now? Then you'd better show them to me.
Wow, your jaw didn't even drop an inch. What's a girl gotta do to impress you, huh?
I don't know, maybe actually show me the pictures? I like that neither of these games, you don't really notice it in the first one, but it's pretty obvious here. They didn't make left and right sprites at all.
I know, right? Mr. Prosecutor here is about as much fun as a dang toothache. Won't even let me call him Chief. Ah, but I'm forgetting my manners. Tabby Lord, Ace Reporter, at your service. Nice to meet you, Tabby. Hey, you're right, he's no fun at all. This one time
You two can chat later. Okay, can I see those pictures?
Boo, fine. Here.
Why is J. Jonah Jameson working security for this guy? And also, who is this, like, punk rocker on the right?
I took one right when the gun went off.
Is that a laser beam, or is that the aftermath of the bullet on his head?
It was total chaos. People running everywhere.
The president and his 2 bodyguards. What's that? Thank you indeed, Kay. I think you provided us with a vital clue.
Woo-wee! Your eyes just lit up like a pair of dang Christmas trees. Well, Miss Edgeworth, care to tell the readers what you spotted?
A contradiction.
Huh? A what now? I don't see nothing strange.
Allow me to show you. This picture shows the moment of the incident, but another piece of evidence shows something different. I need to highlight the point of contradiction, and then employ my powers of deduction. First, to find a contradiction in the photograph. Yes, this is it. I'll simply press X to make my deduction. Oh, okay. I'm glad that he knows what we're looking at here, because I sure as fuck don't. Hey, Jack, how's it going? Mind Chess Gaming. Yeah, this game has, like, literal mind chess. It's pretty great. You know, Edgeworth ain't no slouch. He ain't playing no checkers. We're playing the real deal. Now, to present the evidence that shows the contradiction. What evidence is that? Is it this? I don't know what we're looking at here. Like... Okay, that's the bullet trajectory. I mean, it's gotta be this, right? I don't know what else it would be. What, because he has a dot on his head? Is that up from the bullet? Look closely at the picture of the president in this newspaper clipping, if you would, Miss Lloyd. Now look at Kay's photograph. Compare the two carefully.
Huh? What am I looking for here?
It is his red dot. Yeah, but like, wait, why does he have a red dot? Is that just like, where's Shangfai? Is this like India? They put red dots on their heads?
Well, I'll be.
Indeed, there's something on the president's forehead. Something that wasn't there in the other picture. I just thought that was a bullet wound. I don't know, this is like the moment he got shot or something. Like, she's just that good at taking a photo that she took it at the very split second the man got shot. What is that, some kind of birthmark?
Yeah, guy's got a big red birthmark right in the middle of his forehead.
Okay, we're calling it a birthmark. Fine, whatever, sure, yeah. It's the laser sight. Well, that's what I was thinking too, but apparently that's actually on his head. That's part of him. I highly doubt a birthmark just sprang up there since the other picture was taken. I don't know, maybe he put makeup on it. Did he get bitten by the bug then, maybe?
Yeah, that's it. That's right there's a big old bug bite. And there I thought it was something important. Look on your face.
You should know that the road to the truth is paved with just such seemingly trivial details.
Ooh, again with the face. Alright. Duly noted, Chief.
Photograph of the president at the exact moment the incident occurred. It's probably a laser sight. You're probably right. Well, that was very good information. Anything in the trash can?
You even gotta pick through the trash yourself. Prosecutor's life ain't easy, huh?
Detective Gumshoe.
Wait away, sir. The faithful detective scrabbles through the garbage as the prosecutor looks on, his hands unblemished. Let's see now. Come to Papa, little treasures. Is he enjoying himself? Bingo! Popsicle stick. Gotta love the jokes they put on these.
Detective.
Sorry, sir. Relevant evidence.
Relevant evidence.
Huh? I think we got something.
Good work, Detective. Let's take a closer look, shall we? By examining a piece of evidence from all angles, we can uncover hidden details.
You sir can. Just tell me which way you want it, sir.
We can rotate the arm with the right stick. I like that he doesn't even handle the evidence himself. He just gets Gumshoe to hold it and then just tells him how to rotate it.
If you want, I can move it closer or further away, too.
You can use L to examine an object up close and R to move it out for the bigger picture.
And when you spot something, just say the word.
I can point out suspicious areas with the cursor and press A to inspect them more closely. Alright, let's see what we can discover. Wait, could we zoom on the previously? I don't think zooming was in the first game. I think that's new. What kind of brand is pipe? Oh, the kind that holds guns. I see now. This is a document of some kind.
What are we looking at here? Presidential security plan. It's a diagram of the president's security arrangements.
It shows how the president's bodyguards were positioned.
It even has people's names on it.
Rook and
Knight. They must be the two from the photo.
So his bodyguards aren't natives of Shangfa.
I hear he uses some private security firm.
What was that security firm that Larry worked at? With Oldbag? Maybe it's that one. I don't think we shut that one down. But why not employ people from his own country?
I know why not. Y'all want to hear a little Tabby Lord exclusive?
You really know something?
Sure I do. I was over at their embassy not so long back, sniffing out a story. While I'm there, one of my sources told me that the president's got more enemies than you got hairs on your head, including a bunch of bigwigs in the National Police Force.
Interesting. So he's unable to trust his own domestic law enforcement. I wonder if one of these enemies could have been behind the attempt on his life. Diagram of the president's security arrangements. Almost certainly classified.
What was it doing dumped in there in that bag?
You raise an interesting point. It's a document relating to a matter of national security. It would surely be highly classified.
Huh? Hey, there's something else in here.
Is that a pistol with a laser sight? That's not even a pistol, it's a revolver with a laser sight. My.
Well, what's a gun doing in here? Sir, this bag, it's gotta belong to the...
Yes, it could well have been disposed of by our would-be assassin. A revolver. It would have taken a lot of nerve to dump it here amid all the chaos.
That guy's got guts.
Could this be the work of a professional?
That would explain the security plan too.
I think we need to take a very close look at our latest find. How many shots are fired? 2! Well, that lines up. 2 spent bullets in the cylinder, matching the 2 gunshots heard on the recording.
That proves it. This must be the weapon that was used.
How do I move? This is a laser sight.
It can be lined up with the target to make aiming a bit easier. If I press this here. Yep, definitely a red laser.
Could the assassin have used a laser sight to target the president? Average Californian modified handgun? I'm just thinking of, what game was it I was playing? There's a game that I've played previously that's, not on stream, I don't think, where you could modify guns and stuff, and like one of the best things that you could do. Oh yeah, no, it was fucking, I'm thinking of, Dirge of Cerberus, when we put the fucking laser sight on the pistol. It's like the most ridiculous thing you can do. Who puts laser sights on a pistol? That just seems like overkill. I mean, when you think about it, it's practical, but like, who's doing that? Why does this remind me of something? I think it's time to go over the information we've collected so far. That bag was a real find, huh? Just goes to show, a bag in the hand is worth doing the trash. Nice work, detective. Now, there's something else I'd like to ask of you if you don't mind. I need you to take the bag and gun to the forensics and see if they can find any prints. On it, sir. A good set of fingerprints could really help this investigation along. Got the results for you, sir. Holy shit, that's fast. That was quick. You bet it was. Told the techs the results are super high priority. But, they came up empty. And they checked everywhere? Inside and outside, top to bottom, sir. They even took the bullets out of the gun and dusted them. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. Yeah, if this guy's a professional, he was almost assuredly using gloves. Okay, what do we have here? Laser sight, birthmark. I've sold the Mr. the Red birthmark. Really? So it wasn't a bug bite? No. What we're dealing with isn't something that would itch for a day and then disappear. It is, in fact, the beam of a laser sight. Then that killer was aiming to shoot the president square in the forehead. And shortly after this picture was taken, a second shot rang out. Yeah, that's gonna do more than itch. Indeed. I fear the president may be even in more danger than we thought. And that gun that we found was the weapon used in the crime. Now, if the laser sight is, like, on his head, is it possible that the killer was maybe above the target? Like, maybe he was in the tree or something? Probably not, but... maybe? Why would the perp use a laser sight, though?
He's right. You'd sound like crazy using something like that. Pew, pew, pew! It's not like you can just go around shooting lasers all over the place.
No, and anyone who saw it could trace it right back to the shooter. Seems like a pretty bad idea all around.
Oh, I almost forgot. I took a couple more pictures. Maybe the laser sight's in one of them.
It's a long shot, but it's worth a look at least. Alright, Kay. Let's see those other pictures.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Let's see. First up, here's one I took just before everything started going south.
It might be more useful to us if half the frame wasn't taken up by your face.
Hey, can you blame me for not wanting to get a selfie with the president? Lucky for you, this was right before the gun went off. And this one I showed you before is from just after the first shot was fired. The second shot came just seconds after this. Then there's...
What's this? I can hardly see anything.
I got knocked over when everyone was started running right after that last picture. I guess I must have pressed the shutter by accident.
Not sure this one's gonna be much use, kid.
That's all of them.
I almost feel like that third one's probably the most useful, but... time to take a closer look. What I want to know is, like, why were they holding empty briefcases? Like, what the fuck was that supposed to signify? Were they using them as shields or something? Let's start with, might as well start with before. Is there anything hint of the laser sight in here in this picture? Actually, yeah, there is. What the fuck? It's right here! There, I see it. What is it, sir? Look closely at the person with the red hood.
Whoa, there it is.
Indeed. That's our laser sight right there. That's a pup. The one with the red hood must be... the shooter, yes.
Found him. All thanks to yours truly.
Indeed. You led us right to the greatest treasure of all, Miss Great Thief. The truth. You may have captured our would-be assassin in one of your other pictures, too. Let's take another look. Our red-hooded suspect could be in another one of these photographs. Yeah, after the shooting, because we know there's nothing in the first one. Oh, there he is. Right there.
Take that.
Look, right there.
A red jacket. That must be our suspect. Looks like they took advantage of the confusion to make the getaway. Luckily, we can see exactly where they were headed.
The samurai dog stand.
Precisely. Which means they escaped towards the right-hand side of the spectator area. Detective Gumshoe. On it, sir. Consider it cleared. Good. I'm counting on you. I like that the signs just say left and right. Like, why is there a sign telling you which direction is left and which direction is right? That doesn't make any sense. Those are relative directions. They mean nothing. Have you now, my little Red Riding Hood? The entire park is cordoned off, and we know which way you went. Now it's simply a matter of hunting you down. Now, let us continue our investigation.
There's evidence here somewhere. All we have to do is find it.
Alright. Why don't we check the stand? We gotta make sure these hot dogs are okay. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Okay, well I see a number of things here that are probably attention worthy. What's this?
A red button. Hey, do you think...
Could it have been dropped by a red-hooded suspect? Yes, certainly seems likely. And there's our red-hooded suspect, right underneath the stand. There's something red down there. Detective Gumshoe, can you see what it is under the stand, please?
It's something down here, right? Let's see.
Yep, unfortunately. A red raincoat. This must be
The one the suspect was wearing.
They must have taken it off and hidden it under there before they made their escape. I figured it couldn't have been that easy. How about this shoe? No, shoe is not suspect. It's a flimsy-looking food stand made of plywood, and it smells samurai dogs.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got $1.50 if, you know.
You're not actually suggesting I subsidize you eating on the job.
Oh, I didn't mean to. That is, maybe when we're done?
Fine. When we've finished investigating, you can have one. And only one. Understood?
Sorry, sir. I never should've... Wait. Did you say I could have one?
Yes. Why? Something the matter?
No, it's just, I wasn't expecting you to... Thanks, sir.
Edgeworth seems to be really nice to Gumshoe all of a sudden. Like, way nicer than he was 2 weeks ago. It says samurai dogs, now with sakura relish. Just in time for spring.
Sakura, huh? What does that taste like?
I don't know if I want to eat flowers, but, maybe. Well, sakura is a cherry blossom, so I guess maybe, cherries?
But blossoms are blossoms and cherries are cherries, sir. They're totally different things.
But you're right, I suppose.
So what does sakura actually taste like? This is my kind of mystery.
I mean, don't they make, like, cherry blossom tea or something? I swear that you can brew it into tea. Is there anything else here? I thought maybe, like, the shooting gallery was important, but it doesn't seem like it. I think that might actually be it. Okay, anything else here, or are we just going to do logic? I mean, we have quite a bit of logic to work with. Maybe this? It's gotta be this, right? No?
There's no logical connection between the gun and the assassination attempt.
Okay. Whatever you say. I guess we could talk to Kay, maybe.
Hey, Miss Edgeworth.
You got anything else to tell us?
Yep, no doubt about it. If you compare the pic I took to the newspaper clipping, the red birthmark stands out like a sore thumb. That's a contradiction, all right.
Indeed. Though I very much doubt it's due to a birthmark suddenly appearing.
Oh, that reminds me. I may have to steal that line of yours. The road to the truth is paved with seemingly trivial thefts.
Funny, I don't remember that being the exact sequence of words I used.
Might just rob a house where you can rearrange the furniture, too.
You may call it rearranging, but I call it irretrievably corrupting. I guess you got nothing then. Cherry blossom tea sounds really good, honestly. It might actually taste good. I mean, despite the name, I don't know if it would have any actual hints of cherries. Because despite the name of the flower, aren't cherry blossoms, like, not actually cherry trees. They're just flowers. I don't think they... Do they actually give cherries? I was under the impression they were just the flowers, and they just look like cherries. Or like the flowers you'd see on a cherry tree. Oh, I forgot to click there. That's what I was looking for. I moved past it.
The sleeve, it's inside out. The button is missing too.
Well, that goes with the button. Okay, now we've got logic.
The button we found seems to have come from this raincoat. It must have been pulled loose when the killer took it off. Huh. The right sleeve's inside out too. It seems it was removed in a hurry, fast enough to tear a button off no less. I surmise our assassin disposed of their gun and bag in the trash immediately after shooting the president. Then they slipped into the panicked crowd and moved from the left to the right side of the spectator area. This was because they knew the trajectory of the bullet would point to a shooter on the left side. Finally, they removed the raincoat and hid it under the samurai dog stand. The killer would have needed to get rid of the coat as soon as possible, hence its hurried removal. The fact that the right sleeve is inside out is a testament to how quickly it was taken off. Yep, that and the missing button. The question, of course, is, why didn't the same thing happen to the left sleeve? Oh yeah, only the right sleeve is inside out. Indeed, and the button on the left sleeve is still securely attached. Well, wouldn't that be because, like, when I'm taking stuff off, if I'm taking off a coat, I use one hand to pull off one side. Like, I usually pull from, like, the shoulder down, and then I pull from the sleeve on the opposite side. So it stands to reason that only the side that I pulled from the shoulder down has a chance of going inside out, because the other side, if I'm pulling from the sleeve, then it shouldn't be possible for it to go inside out. That's just a normal way you take off a coat. Maybe that's just me, but I don't think there's anything to really question here. Even if you're in a hurry, that's how I would take off a coat. So, what does this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? In order to answer that question, Detective, we'll need to inspect the raincoat in more detail. I don't really know what else this is going to tell us, but, sure. I mean, it's dirty, but it was on the ground just now. Let's take a closer look at the inside of the raincoat. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. He doesn't even want to, like, open it up himself. He's just getting him to do everything. I'm just picturing, like, Gumshoe just standing there holding this coat in front of him while Edgeworth just slowly massages his chin, looking around at the coat and telling him, turn it a little to the left. Okay, now hold it a little closer. Open this sleeve up. This is a blood stain. And considering where it is located, I'd say the blood belongs to our would-be assassin. So we're looking for someone with an injury. Not just any injury, Detective. An injury on the left arm. Huh? How do we know that? Because it's the left side of the coat? It's simple. The right sleeve is inside out, suggesting that the suspect removed the raincoat in a hurry. Conversely, the left sleeve is just as we would expect it to be. Therefore, the suspect's left arm was never in the sleeve in the first place. And once we understand that, everything else falls into place. Now, Detective, there's a bloodstain on the left side lining of the raincoat because the suspect's arm was too injured to fit through the sleeve. Precisely. Or at least we can say that there is a good probability that was the case. But why was their arm injured? What did they hurt it on? The pieces are starting to fall into place. Detective Gumshoe, I need you to go and search the crowd for likely suspects. Yes, sir. Suspicious characters with injured left arms coming right up.
You're even smarter than you look, Ruffles. Taking all them itty-bitty pieces and putting them together like that. You'll have your man in no time. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you.
Clock is still condoned off, so our would-be assassin should be in that crowd somewhere. Don't let me down, Detective Gumshoe.
I mean, has he ever actually let you down, Edgeworth? Actually? I'm wondering about why nobody is wearing gloves at the crime scene. You know, just, they're the police here, okay? We don't question their methods, you know? Let's just ignore the fact everyone's freely walking around the crime scene. They were complaining earlier about how everything was like disheveled and all the evidence was probably destroyed because of all the foot traffic and panic from the gunshot. You know, it's fine though. You know, we don't need to worry about those things. No one needs to wear gloves. No one needs to watch where they step.
Mr. Edgeworth, we found someone who fits the bill perfectly, sir. We didn't have the assassin, Gummy.
Hold on, Kay. It's a little too soon to be jumping to conclusions. For the moment, they're a person of interest and nothing more. Understood?
Okay, no jumping. But he's a shooter, sir, I'm sure of it. He's the guy who tried to take out the president.
In broad daylight, surrounded by a crowd of witnesses. This is no ordinary assassin. Bring him over here, detective. Carefully.
Yes, sir. Come on, boys. You heard him, Mr. Edgeworth.
No! I thought we got rid of you! What do you mean it's you? How? No umbrella, and a bandage on his left arm.
Well, pal, state your name already.
Doe. John Doe. Charmed, I'm sure. John Doe. A name you often hear in real life.
That's correct.
I know this man from somewhere, I'm sure of it.
And you are Prosecutor Edgeworth?
You know my name?
Of course. I've been following the day's developments with some interest. Now, perhaps you would care to explain why you've asked to speak with me?
As you've been following our investigation, you're no doubt already aware of who we're looking for. So let me ask you, do you recognize this raincoat by any chance?
Forgive me, but I'm afraid I do not.
I see. Well, I believe its owner to be the would-be assassin we are seeking. Did his ice cream just... Oh, okay. That's impressive ice cream that he's able to just roll it around like that in the cone.
My.
Well, isn't that just shocking? And this is the same would-be assassin happens to have an injured left arm. Just like you.
All I can tell you is that I had nothing to do with this unfortunate affair. The two adversaries stare each other down, their eyes like deadly lasers. Care to tell the readers what happens next? A showdown, that's what. A battle of wits. A battle of wits.
I'd let him explain any further what he thinks this upcoming battle will entail.
You know what? Let's let him go on.
I feel like Gumshoe might not have fingerprints, probably burned them off during a ramen-based incident. He probably burned them off when he was trying to make cereal one day. He just set his cereal on fire. Didn't even cook it or anything. He poured the milk in and it went up in flames. You know, nothing he could have done about that.
The battle of wits, you never know if or when the other guy might be lying or just plain mistaken. But if you spot inconsistency in the statement of theirs, you gotta present the evidence that proves it.
To do that, I'll need to first open my Organize with R and press X to present my evidence.
Then what if there ain't no inconsistencies to find? Then you gotta change tact. Press for more information and see what you can shake loose.
Indeed, I can press my opponent with L.
Why don't you show us how it's done, Mr. Edgeworth? Stepping up to bat, our nation's top prosecutor.
Once I'm able to quietly gather my thoughts, yes. Unfortunately, no mind chess this time. Just a normal conversation.
I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest to you, but you have no proof that this person is injured as you claim. My left arm may be injured, but I can still use my right. When it started to rain, I simply opened my umbrella. No raincoat required.
So you contend that you were not wearing a raincoat, is that correct?
It is. And is that so strange? Not everyone wears one after all. I happen to prefer an umbrella. Team Raincoat over here. They're perfect for when a girl really needs to move. Heck, I don't use neither. Come rain, sleet, snow, or shine, it's my trusty Parker every time.
Not exactly the line of inquiry I was hoping to pursue.
So you see, I'm not your would-be killer.
And I'm not in the habit of making baseless accusations, Mr. Doe.
Please, I am just a simple ice cream
A little bit of cherry juice, I'm sure.
Forgive me, my wound seems to have begun bleeding again in all the excitement.
The owner of the raincoat is definitely our assassin. And said owner also has an injured left arm. I'm on to you, Mr. Doe. It's only a matter of time. If this is the same John Doe from, what was it, Game 2? He seems to have, kind of, I don't know, lost his touch. You know, he went from, like, final boss material to first case tutorial material. Now I want ice cream. What kind of ice cream do you think that is? It's like, is that just, like, strawberry and vanilla? I've seen that in stores. It's just Neapolitan, but they take out the chocolate. So it's just left with strawberry and vanilla, which, if you ask me, are the two best parts of Neapolitan anyway, so... Definitely my kind of ice cream.
Hold it!
So you admit that whoever wore the raincoat is a person of interest?
I know they are. I was able to follow most of your investigation from the spectator area. One never thinks one could get caught up in such an awful thing as an assassination.
Hold it!
So you'd like to see some proof that the owner of the raincoat has an injury?
I would certainly expect such a renowned prosecutor to have some.
I still don't understand how you know who I am.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, you're famous. You probably read about you in the newspaper. I have also been observing you and your work, lest you forget.
I don't believe a word he says. If I can prove he's lying, we'd be one step closer to apprehending our shooter. What I really want to know, though, is what the hell is sticking out of his ice cream on the side there? Is that just like another miniature cone? Is that some sort of like chocolate thing?
Hold it!
Weird spot for a cherry, too. It just kind of like slapped on the side all willy-nilly. That looks like quite a serious injury, Mr. Doe. How long ago did it happen exactly?
Oh, not long.
That's all you're going to say on the subject?
Well, it certainly made serving ice cream more difficult, and stopped me from holding my umbrella while I work.
Why would you need to hold your umbrella while you work? Do you not work in, like, a stall with a roof?
Hold it!
And yet, you don't seem to have an umbrella on you at the moment. Didn't the rain stop only a short while ago, just before the shooting? It did indeed. I remember because I was suddenly inundated with customers.
That was less than an hour ago. Are you trying to tell me you lost your umbrella in that short span of time?
Yes, that is exactly what I'm trying to tell you. After all, it only takes a moment for someone to steal an umbrella, especially in a crowd of that size.
That's entirely possible, I suppose.
I had an umbrella when it was raining, Mr. Edgeworth. That is a fact.
And then he lost the umbrella to the crowd, huh? Guess it's just one of those things. Take out the weak link of Neapolitan. Exactly. I mean, I love chocolate. I just don't like chocolate ice cream. For some reason, just maybe it's most of the chocolates I've eaten. Once in a while, chocolate ice cream is okay. But most of the kinds of chocolate ice cream I've eaten, it just tastes so grainy. It tastes so fake. I hate it. Absolutely disgusting. It does not taste like chocolate. For whatever reason. Like, especially the stuff in Neapolitan. Just, it tastes terrible. The strawberry and vanilla are normal, but the Neapolitan chocolate is like, ugh.
Suppose you're just going to tell me that his wound reopening is just one of those things too.
Well, it, kinda is, no? The assassin's left arm is injured. See, holding the ice cream like that.
As is Mr. Doe's. Why, it's even bleeding as we speak.
You're right, that is pretty suspicious.
Nonetheless, we must find something concrete that will link Mr. Doe to the crime. I should press R to my organizer and look over the evidence again.
Vanilla ice cream is best ice cream. Hell yeah. See, exactly. Vanilla is good. It really, like, it needs to be really good vanilla. I don't know. When you buy, like, the really cheap stuff, like, I'm talking, like, great value ice milk. It's not even ice cream, it's just ice milk. That's not really that good. But if it has like the little black specks in it, that's how you know it's the good stuff. You like the cheap ones? I mean, hey, fair enough. I don't mind cheap ice cream. I don't like chocolate ice cream. It's hard to find chocolate ice cream that I actually enjoy. Okay, so what are we presenting on here? No proof this person is injured as you claim. Well, didn't we kind of deduce that they probably were injured? Here's your proof. You seem like a careful man, Mr. Doe. But not quite careful enough. After all, you left something behind. Something of vital importance. Chocolate ice cream does taste like dirt. Yeah. Okay, so the one kind of chocolate I don't mind, it's not pure chocolate, but like when it's chocolate swirl, it's still chocolate ice cream. It's not like chocolate sauce or whatever mixed in, but it's like it's chocolate ice cream swirled with something else. Whatever kind of chocolate ice cream they're using there, that's usually fine. But when it's like pure chocolate, either by itself or in like the Neapolitan mix, I don't know, it's like a completely different kind of chocolate for some reason.
I'm afraid you must have me confused with somebody else. The coat does not belong to me. Or do you claim to have some kind of proof to support your accusation?
Why don't we just get him to try the coat on? I mean, if it doesn't fit, then clearly it can't be his.
Your arm isn't troubling you too much, I hope. Your wound seems to be bleeding again. I'll survive, although I can't pretend it's not something of an inconvenience. You have my deepest sympathies. Because if it wasn't bleeding quite so badly, you could have perhaps made a clean getaway. What exactly are you insinuating? As we have already established, whoever wore the raincoat is injured. And now I can prove that person was you. With this decisive piece of evidence.
I like that his ice cream is doing the sweating.
You see, Mr. Doe, there's a small amount of blood on the inside of this raincoat. Blood that belongs to our assassin.
Okay, easy. Get some blood from his wound, get the blood off the coat, and compare them. If they match, this guy's done. If they can do fingerprinting in like 3 milliseconds, I'm sure it won't take them very long to do a blood test.
Attempted murder of a foreign leader. Causing a diplomatic incident, they'll throw the book at you. You can give us a silent treatment all you like, but we don't need you to talk. A simple blood test will give us the answer we require. All it takes for us is to compare the blood in your bandages with that on the coat. And that will be that.
I want to know how this guy is still walking around free. Didn't we, like, capture this guy back in Game 2? Like, didn't Phoenix Wright capture him? Or did we let it... No, we let him go, that's right. That was the whole thing, was that we had to let the killer go so that Maya would be safe. So he just got away scot-free on that whole thing. Dude hires the best. Well, apparently he hired Phoenix Wright and kidnapped his friend so that he could coerce him into giving him a not guilty verdict. Because if you ever play, I don't know, this probably, I mean, playing all these games in order is going to be spoilers here regardless with all these characters, but that was like the decisive case of that game. Where he kidnaps Maya, and he calls up Phoenix and is like, yo, you gotta get a not guilty verdict or Maya's fucking dead. And so what does he do? He gets a not guilty verdict. And then this guy gets away scot-free because he was like a million miles away talking through a radio instead of actually being there at the courtroom. And I guess they just didn't catch him after all that. So, yeah, somehow got away with it.
We have the evidence. Why don't you make it easier on all of us and come clean? Admit it that you were the one who attempted to assassinate the president of Shangfa. I am not your assassin. You're stubborn, I'll give you that. But if this were a game of chess, you would already be in checkmate. Now do the honorable thing and admit defeat.
He's not going to do that.
Doesn't look like a man with no moves left to play. Very well, you have me. I'll admit it, I was wearing the raincoat. He confessed. Say the word and I'll slap the cuffs on him right now.
But I did not shoot at the president. What? Mr. Edgeworth, the only thing you have proven that I was wearing is a particular raincoat. And as far as I'm aware, that is not a crime. But then who else could have been holding the gun? We have photographic proof of a guy in a red raincoat holding a gun. I am no assassin. I am a simple ice cream seller. One who happens to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak. Yeah, just like he said, he was no assassin, he was just a simple butler. We know how that went. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguard sprang into action and the shots rang out. That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives. Now are you finally satisfied that I am telling the truth?
As if. Your story sinks. You don't scare me. The evidence is on our side, you know.
The guy's probably got a gun, like, hidden in his ice cream. That little cone that's sticking out of his ice cream, I bet that's the barrel of his gun.
Look, it's right here, plain as day. The assassin. And they're wearing a red raincoat.
Intriguing. But that is not me.
Oh, come on.
Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, do you really think I was the only one in the entire park wearing a red raincoat that day?
I do, actually.
But then why? Why does he seem so sure of himself?
Unless someone else was wearing the raincoat, too. I'm not even going to try and explain the logistics on where that train of thought came from, but it's a possibility.
Hold it!
A simple ice cream seller, but a knowledgeable one, I assume. On the subject of ice cream, at least. But of course, ask me anything you wish. I don't know the first thing about ice cream.
Has this man never eaten ice cream in his life? That's kind of sad. No wonder he's always so uptight and upset.
You know what the, most important thing about making ice cream is, of course?
Mr. Edgeworth?
Why, the most important thing about making ice cream is to approach it with a virtuous heart.
Well, shit. I guess I should have remembered that when I made ice cream last week.
And what does virtue have to do with anything? Without proper reverence for the craft, I'm afraid all you'll ever make are sweetened crystals of ice. There, I hope that now you see. I am nothing more than an ice cream seller.
So you're telling me is you don't make the ice cream, therefore you don't have the heart of an ice cream maker. Instead, you have a heart of the assassin.
Hold it!
Why a raincoat? Why are you not using an umbrella? Is that so strange? It was a rainy morning. Most people were wearing a jacket of some kind. Well, I'd say it's a pretty strange choice considering you couldn't get one of your arms into it. Better than that than have one of my hands occupied by an umbrella. I had ice cream to serve, after all. Then why go to such lengths to avoid testifying to that effect in the first place? Forgive me. I simply hadn't remembered until now.
Oh, sure. Of course. That's how it always goes, right? Just casually forget. Happen to forget.
It's been a eventful day, after all. Eventful? Well, I hardly know what else to call it, Mr. Edgeworth. The president of Shangfa was shot at.
Hold it!
So you saw the bodyguards move before you heard the gunshots? Yes, if I recall correctly, they moved first. At least the ones on the left did. You're rather observant, Mr. Doe. I am blessed with keen eyes.
Let me guess, the one on the left only moved in straight lines. You think the one on the right jumped into action?
The names of the bodyguards were written in the top left corner of the security plan. And the one on the left was Rook. That's correct. Bastion Rook, I believe. I expect he noticed the light from a laser sight. The man is no amateur. Mr. Doe knows a little too much about the business of being a bodyguard for my liking. I'd say our friend here is no amateur either. I'd like you to append what you just said to your testimony if you don't mind.
Is the president dead? Nah, president's not dead. I think he was like taken in, like he was shot at. There was a wound, but it seemed implied that he's just being taken care of. Like he's not dead. He's in the plane right now getting medical assistance by his medical team.
As you wish.
Hold it!
So the bodyguard on the left was the first to move. By the smallest fraction, yes. He reacted admirably swiftly. His name was, Bastion Rook, did you say? It appears you've assessed the situation quite astutely. No more so than anybody else, I'm sure. He's good. He didn't even flinch.
Oh, if we know him from the previous appearance, he's pretty cold.
Hold it!
Almost as cold as his ice cream.
So you yourself didn't start running and screaming? I was hardly in a position to.
Oh yeah? And what position were you in?
One of extreme pain. Somebody bumped right into my wounded arm. Hard. It was excruciating. I thought my eyes would pop out of my head.
Yeah? Well, they clearly didn't.
Of course they didn't, Kay. In any event, the shooter was wearing a red raincoat. We have photographic proof of that. And yet...
Mr. John Doe here swears it wasn't him.
The guy's lying through his teeth, I tell ya. No one gets away with disrespecting Mr. Edgeworth, pal. Not on my watch. Calm down, detective. We will get to the truth out of him by catching him in a lie.
Yeah, so let's keep at him. He'll let something slip soon enough.
Okay, so he says he was just happening to wear a red raincoat. Surprised as anyone when his bodyguard sprang into action and the shots rang out. Bodyguard on the left, Bastion Brook, was especially quick to respond. Alright, I have a feeling this is where we need to present. So let's take a look at this. I never actually read this piece of evidence. Let's see, let's cover for Lakeside and now. Eyes on this area. Rook repositioned in light of Knight's injury. Knight to immediately escort President to plane in case of emergency. Say Frosty, we know who might be in the audience. Well, that seems like a very specific hint. Rook reposition in light of Knight's injury. Well, I don't think he's Knight, because he doesn't look anything like the guy in the photograph. Unless the guy in the photograph was the killer. No, that wouldn't even make any sense. Knight to immediately escort President to plane in case of emergency. So if Knight was the one to immediately escort, then why would Rook move first? I mean, I guess it's not impossible, but you would think that maybe Knight would be the more observant one to have a closer eye on things. Let's present that. I think this seems like the right place to present it.
As I suspected, you are no more than what you claim to be, Mr. Doe. You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh? Then tell me how a simple ice cream seller knows one of the presidential bodyguard's names. What? You jest, surely? You were the one who spoke their names aloud. Rook and Knight, was it?
He never said Knight. Maybe he said Rook. We could check the records. Never said Knight.
We only know those names thanks to the security plan. The confidential security plan. But look closely. Only their surnames appear. Yet we all clearly heard you say the name Bastion Rook. How did you come to possess such information? Information we ourselves didn't have.
You might want to be careful there. Your ice cream's starting to melt.
Seems pretty damn suspicious to me.
Knight immediately escorts President, but Rook move first. Yeah, well, that's what I thought we were getting at too. It didn't even occur to me that, like, yeah, he didn't actually say the names, let alone the first name. So there was no reason he should have known those details on this classified document that we found in the trash.
Well, how did you know? Explain yourself. It was merely a slip of the tongue.
Slip of the tongue, my ass.
Another lie. He is the assassin, just like we said.
Come now, miss. It's a little too soon to be jumping to such conclusions. I did know their names, yes, and the reason for that is... well, I know Mr. Rook. He and I are acquainted. What? We have something of a connection. And his is a name I could never forget. You think we're stupid, pal? Stop lying. I am not lying. I am, as I've always been, a simple ice cream seller. And an acquaintance of Bastion Rook. Yes. And I suppose Mr. Rook will confirm that. It should be easy enough for him to remember his good friend, the slippery ice cream seller, correct? Please, you are more than welcome to ask him. Although I think that might be difficult right now. I would imagine he's rather busy ensuring the president's safety.
The president's inside his plane. I'm sure he has a couple minutes to answer a few questions if we really want to ask him.
But I suppose you are able to speak with him, and he does deny that he and I are acquainted. How will that help you prove that I was the shooter? If you weren't the shooter, why take off your raincoat? Because it was no longer raining. In fact, it had grown quite warm.
So you decide to take off your coat, neatly fold it up, and tuck it underneath the hot dog stand. Any sane person would do that, really, so I'm not even... no reason to question that.
Far better to let my wound breathe, no? Or would you rather I had let it fester?
It's in so many bandages, I don't think a raincoat's gonna make much of a difference. But considering that your wound is constantly leaking, whoever bandaged it up did a really piss poor job.
Is he actually going to worm his way out of this?
What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Hurry up and arrest him. He's clearly guilty. If I were you, he'd be in jail already.
If you were him, you would have failed in the moment you set foot on this crime scene, Payne.
You might be willing to arrest a man without sufficient proof, but I am not.
Oh, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. There's gotta be something you can do. Checking scenes here as the culprit seems all but certain to escape justice.
You're going to bed? Alright, well, thanks for coming by tonight. We'll, hopefully we'll... I don't know how much longer this case is. It's only the first case. If this seems long for a case one.
It seems the court of public opinion has spoken. Very well. As I will clearly be viewed with suspicion no matter what I say, I might as well share what I know. What you know? What's this angle here? I saw them. I saw another person with a red hood.
So why did it take you so long to reveal this information? Like, you only revealed it now when you were about to be falsely arrested. What was your plan? Are you kidding?
It's a person you captured in your photograph. I first noticed them jump just before the president's speech began. It was still raining then. Their outfit was the same color as my own, which is what drew my attention. As did their laser beam that was aimed directly at the president's head. He's claiming there was another red-hooded person. Preposterous. I know that if anyone saw me dressed similarly to this individual, I could fall under suspicion myself. And so naturally, I removed my raincoat. So not only did you see the assassin, but they were wearing exactly the same thing as you? How very convenient. I had thought you might find it far-fetched, hence my not mentioning it until now. I know you law enforcement people are very skeptical types. You would never have believed me. Especially not if I had said that the shooter was standing right next to a certain Prosecutor. Well, I know you didn't mean me. I wasn't even summoned until after the shooting. No, not you, Mr. Edgeworth. Your colleague over there.
Me?
Yes, the photograph will prove it, I'm sure.
What if it somehow turns out... Oh man, I was kind of hoping he could possibly be the killer, but yeah, the photograph kind of makes that impossible. If only Payne was the one that got arrested.
You see, right there in front of the person with the red hood.
That's me, yes, but what exactly are you saying?
I want a game where Payne gets arrested and Phoenix, as his tutorial case, has to defend Payne. Instead of facing off against Payne, I want him to defend Payne. That would be funny.
What's his endgame here? As I mentioned, I've been following your investigation with some interest, Mr. Edgeworth. And while pondering the details, I noticed something strange. Strange? What exactly? Come now, a man of your talent should be more than capable of spotting a contradiction such as this. I'm afraid I don't follow.
The picture shows the Chief Prosecutor, Mr. Payne, and the shooter. But there's nothing weird about that, is there?
Think carefully. The picture was taken right in the middle of the president's speech. One of the other pieces of evidence you've gathered is inconsistent with what we see here.
What is Mr. Doe talking about? Which piece of evidence is inconsistent with what's in this picture?
Alright, well, let's take a look at the picture here. So, there's the killer, red coat, Payne is in front. He's talking to the other guy there. You know what? Where's her during this? Because wasn't she supposed to be standing right behind the two old guys talking? That's what she said. And yet, in this picture, I don't see any evidence of her being there in any of these pictures. That third one's not really good at anything. Do we want to present that? Can we see... Okay, let's see. Here to deliver a message. Just trying to shake off the reports of his declining popularity by sheer force of will. Yeah, high-pitched gentleman, older gentleman. Those are the ones that were like standing right in front of her, according to her. I'm gonna present this.
Take that!
Was that actually it?
Ah, of course, the tape. It contradicts the photograph. Ah, so you've noticed at last.
What's he going on about, Mr. Edgeworth?
Someone's missing. Someone who should be here.
Huh? But who?
Who indeed? The person who is missing from this photograph is...
Take that!
Huh?
Miss Lloyd. And next she's gonna tell us that she, like, just dyed her hair brown. Between, like, the shooting and now. I don't think that's gonna happen, but that would be pretty funny. How do you figure that?
Mr. Payne's voice can clearly be heard on Miss Lloyd's tape. Considering that he was conducting a private conversation with the chief prosecutor...
There was these two old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole darn time.
She must have been very close indeed to capture it on tape.
You're right. But she's not in the picture.
Precisely. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you still believe that you have been hounding the right person?
What if it was her?
Miss Lloyd, would you mind answering a few questions?
Well, y'all fixing to put me under the microscope now? Alright, sure. Knock yourselves out. I got nothing to hide.
Now, we'll see about that. Little miss missing from the photograph that, when you stated otherwise.
It ain't like I was standing still the whole time. Nah, I was running all over, roving reporter style. That was a big old crowd.
Kinda looks like they were talking right now, though. Are you sure that wasn't part of the conversation that you recorded?
Guess the picture must have been taken while I was in one spot and the tapes from when I was in another. So quit giving me the evil eye. Ain't nothing but a misunderstanding.
Except that picture was taken moments before the gunshot, so I highly doubt it.
There's no doubt about the voices on the tape. That was Mr. Payne and the chief prosecutor. I'm certain of it.
Debbie wouldn't lie to us. I know she wouldn't. But if she did, that would mean that she's a bub. Will y'all quit messing with me? As if I could have done a thing like that. Little old me?
I might be inclined to believe you, if your testimony didn't contain a glaring inconsistency.
It does? I thought it was pretty good.
Seems I have no choice but to present her with the evidence and expose the contradiction.
Alright, well, we'll press anyways. But I think I know exactly what we need to do here.
How would you be moving around if your main aim was to record the president's speech?
What now? How do you mean?
Surely the speech would have been best recorded from a single consistent position.
Well, see, that is, oh yeah, ambience. That's the word I'm looking for. Gotta capture the ambience. Can't put that electric atmosphere down in print if I don't have a bunch of it on tape for inspiration.
Surely all you achieved was to fill the tape with unwanted background noise.
Y'all question my methods now? I don't do standing still, alright?
Hold it!
You were running all over. Where exactly?
Here, there, and everywhere, I guess. What, y'all don't know what all over means? You think I remember exactly where I was and went out in a crowd like that? What y'all want from me?
I'd like you to at least tell us whether you were to the left or right of the stage.
Left? Yeah, left, I think.
The suspect in the picture was on the left-hand side too. Coincidence?
Hold it!
So the fact that you're not in the picture is to be expected. Is that what you're trying to say?
It surely is. I caught your pals and the prosecutors on tape when I was in one part of the crowd. And then that picture was snapped while I was off in someplace else. Look at it that way and it all makes perfect sense.
Your assertion then is that the picture and your recording were taken at different points in the speech.
Yep, timing's everything. You'll learn that soon enough in this line of work.
So if I can prove that the two things did happen at the same time, your entire defense will come crumbling down.
Hold it!
Evil eye. Are you suggesting that I might be attempting to intimidate a witness?
Nah, just suggesting that you lighten up a little. Around that way for too long and it'll stick. Ain't nothing so bad a little smile can't make it better, wouldn't you say, Ruffles?
I'm investigating the shooting of a president, Miss Lloyd. A smile is highly unlikely to help with that.
Self-proclaimed prosecutor, all the while beaming from ear to ear. Paragraph ends.
Perhaps what I ought to do is deploy my even eviler evil eye on her next time.
Yeah, most people are fazed by his normal evil eye. This person needs, like, the super deluxe evil eye.
I just can't get a read on her. But I don't feel like she's hiding anything super bad either.
I agree that she doesn't seem to be ill-intentioned, but who knows if that means something much worse is lying just underneath. Regardless, we must put aside her immediate impressions. Her actions are on the record.
Hey, Crafters, how's it going? Alright, so we need to probably present on... Where is it? Taken while I was in one spot, the tapes from when I was in another. Okay, well, the only problem with this... 3 photographs taken before, during, and after the shooting. Pretty sure Kay said that this first photograph was taken, like, literal moments before the shooting. So that's impossible. So we're gonna present that. We know when these photos were taken. And we also know when the conversation would have happened, because the conversation that we have the recording of also has the gunfire. Literal moments after the 2 guys in front, the prosecutors, were talking.
Miss Lloyd, it's imperative for a reporter not to lie, wouldn't you say?
You're dang right it is, and I don't lie.
And yet, the photograph and the recording were definitely taken at the same time.
What? You can't prove that.
Oh, but I can. The evidence is right here in these pictures. This one in particular shows something that lines up precisely from when you were making your recording. What part of the picture indicates that it must have been taken at the same time as Miss Lloyd's recording?
Probably this.
Kind of looks like they're confiding in each other. Here, look closely. This is the answer to all our questions.
Okay, never mind, it wasn't that. I guess it was the laser. That's probably the laser. Unfortunate. Yeah. It's okay. It's only 2 mistakes, and we've only made 2 mistakes so far this case. Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit to get back into things. Considering I haven't played this. When was the last stream of this game? Like, I guess it was only like 2 weeks ago. Actually, you know what? That's perfect. Because we finished the previous game 2 weeks ago, and this game takes place 2 weeks later. Definitely, totally planned that. Definitely knew that was going to be part of it. Now, we got to click on the laser. If only the man took the shot right then and there. You know, he just, instead of killing the president, he just shoots the guy right in front of him. I think that would save Phoenix a lot of trouble. That was also not it. Okay. Okay, recording was made right when the photograph was taken. I'm sure of it. Just need to point at the part of the picture that proves it. I don't remember what part of the picture indicates it must have been taken at the same time as Miss Lloyd's recording. I don't know what we're clicking on then. I thought it was like the 2 old guys. I thought it was maybe the laser. I wish I could go and look at the recording itself again just to get like the exact wording. Okay, exact same time as it. Maybe I just didn't click on the right spot. Maybe it is like his head, because I clicked on the laser. So what are we looking for? What part of the picture indicates that it must have been taken at the same time as Miss Lloyd's recording? Recording is made right when the photograph was taken. Just need to point at the part of the picture that proves it. Yeah, okay. Should listen to Miss Lloyd's tape again. I would love to, but it's too late now. Okay, fine. We're just gonna click on his head. There we go. Let me look at the recording now. Okay. President passionately addresses the assembled crowd, blah, blah. Meeting is scheduled for just after the speech, correct? Yes, the President wants to thank us personally. He seems pretty pleased to be able to put the whole Yatakarasu situation behind him. President thrusts his fist in the air as excitement reaches fever pitch. Oh, there it is. That's the part we're looking for. Never mind. Oh, there's the button. I forgot what button it was to, like, fast forward. Yeah, it's up here. That's what we're looking for. See here, the president has his fist raised.
And what about it?
Would you be so kind as to play this the tape again?
I see, I think that it's simple.
The guns don't talk. Well, I know guns don't talk, but I couldn't remember what part of the tape we were talking about. There's many parts of that tape. There's like the gun. I clicked on the gun because the gunshots were also on the tape. The gunshots were on the tape. Winston's conversation with the chief prosecutor was on the tape. The detail I clearly forgot was the part where she said that the president was raising his fist, which is also clearly in the photograph and definitely proves exactly where she was standing at the time.
What if I were to tell you that you don't have a choice?
You don't make it easy, do you, Ruffles?
Remember, we are concerned with the moment the president raised his fist. No criminal organization, no matter how big, is above the law.
President thrusts his fist into the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch.
There, that's the moment right there. Correct. We've now confirmed it when it occurred in the recording.
Which means Tabby should be here in the picture too.
And she is. Right there for all to see. For Miss Lloyd is in fact the person with the red hood.
See, I should, huh? No, I don't even own a jacket like that.
That's right. From everything we know, the owner of the red raincoat is...
Well, John Doe kind of proved Neither of them, really. We don't know who the red raincoat could belong to, I guess.
That could belong to neither of them.
It doesn't? Then, who does it belong to, say?
You haven't worked it out? Who else could it belong to, do you think?
Oh. It beats me, sir. Who?
Can I get back to you on that? My, remind me how long you have been working as a prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey, Womp, how's it going? Welcome. Okay, it's not. That's right. From everything we know, the owner of the red raincoat is... well, John Doe, right?
We've already proven that the red raincoat belongs to Mr. Doe. You, Miss Lloyd, were wearing something else. Something that also happened to have a red hood.
So there were two people with red hoods all along?
Indeed. Mr. Doe's last statement was true.
Wait, but we only found one raincoat. Where's the other one?
Our ice cream seller never mentioned a raincoat, only a red hood. So tell us about your jacket again, Miss Lloyd.
This old thing? Well, the best thing about it, like I say, is if you get mud on it and such, it's reversible, see? So you just, turn it inside out and,
Just as I thought.
the inside of her hood, it's red.
That's right. And when the incident occurred, that's the side of the hood that was visible.
What's going on here? Why were you really up to, huh, pal?
Wait, I never roared that way around.
Perhaps if you would allow us to examine it, we could confirm that for ourselves.
And y'all gonna confirm that how exactly?
It was raining right into the president's speech, correct? That much has been established already. And as for yourself, Zed,
Heck, I don't use it neither. Come rain, sleet, snow, or shine, it's my trusty Parker every time.
You're back in LA for winter break? Oh, damn. Winter break's still going for you? I thought, like, winter break was like, over for everyone. When's yours end? It's already, like, Tuesday. I mean, I guess it's only the first Tuesday of January, but still.
if you haven't reversed your parka since the rain, then the inside should be dry.
Wait a sec now. I got this big old backpack on, see? So I can't take off my jacket. Yeah.
Yes, your irremovable black backpack. Just has to stay there. Definitely can't be taken off.
Maybe I could show y'all some other time?
You think an excuse like that week is gonna wash with Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh.
What are you waiting for? If you're innocent, take it off and show us.
It wasn't me, I swear. I never shot the dang president. I could never...
If that's true, Miss Lloyd, then your best option is to cooperate and tell us the truth. Is there a particular reason why you chose to wear a parka with a red hood here today?
I'm sorry, Ruffles. There's something I never told you. Something I couldn't. But I'll come clean, I promise. Hey, just go easy on me now, you hear?
Alright, what crazy secret are you gonna reveal that proves that you're not the killer?
Who said that?
Oh, hello.
It goes for you too, Mr. Prosecutor. You lost this one the moment you made your opening move. That's one of the men from Kay's photograph. Guess I better introduce myself.
Wow. Alright, that's one hell of an introduction. Maybe get your finger off the trigger, please, and thank you.
Name's Bronco Knight. I'm the president's personal bodyguard. And second command of his security detail.
You got another 10 days, you essentially skipped January? Damn, that's awesome, actually. That sounds great. You get like a whole month off? Put that thing somewhere place else, pal. What the heck's wrong with you?
Sorry, can't help myself. It's just too much fun being this good. You're not a member of law enforcement, so how did you get a gun? This old girl's on loan from Shen Fa, temporarily issued to us presidential bodyguards. Anyway, never mind that. I got two tidbits of news for you. You want the good or the bad first? Choice is yours. I'm indifferent. Whichever you prefer. Really? You're giving up the first move advantage just like that. Whatever. Your loss. Guess I'll push out the first pawn then. So you play a little chess, I take it? Ah, fellow fan, are you Mr. Red Suit? Name's Edgeworth, and you could say I dabble. Duly noted, Miss Edgeworth. Alright, I'll start with the good news. The present's okay. Didn't suffer so much as a scratch. You didn't? That's a relief. Particularly for the young lady here, that means there's no longer a murder charge on the table.
That is good news, huh, Tabby? Yeah, cause I'd never...
Now for the bad news. The only reason the president's alive is because the bodyguards did our job. One of us did anyhow. Our boss. Put himself in the line of fire. You're referring to your colleague, Mr. Rook? Yeah, it's game over for him. No way! Rook is dead? A genuine loss.
Darn it, now we'll never find out if he was telling the truth about being friends with Rook.
So, you're saying that Tabby...
Yeah, your friend here killed my colleague. My brother-in-arms.
Oh, heck no. I didn't do it. I didn't kill anybody. I could never.
I'd shut my mouth if I were you, murderer. Sure, we did what we had to do. Sacrifice one of our own pieces to protect the king. But to lose to someone like him during a castling, it's a real shame.
Castling? What's that even mean?
It's a chess term. Very simplistically speaking, it's a move where a rook switches places with the king.
Then why didn't he just say so? And next they're gonna tell me about an en passant.
Mr. Knight, was it?
Yeah, what?
We'll need to see the victim's body right away. And if possible, I'd like to ask the president a few questions.
Sorry, no can do.
And why not?
That's the third piece of news. It's the piece you're gonna like the least.
I thought you said there were only two.
The National Police Force of Shangfa will be handling things from here.
What?
You better be kidding, pal.
This investigation was assigned to us. We're not about to hand it over.
You're the Edgeworth, right? The one who solved the Yatagurasu case. The president mentioned you.
I'm honored to have been warranted his attention.
Makes sense that Chief Prosecutor assigned this one to you.
Wait, did the chief assign me to appease the president?
But that was a mistake. A big one. He should have given the case to somebody with a spine. You're free to take it up with the President Wang. If you enjoy diplomatic instance, that is. You're coming with me. We'll continue this on the presidential plane.
No, no. I never did nothing, I swear.
We can do this the hard way if you like, but in Shang-Fi, justice is served one way or the other.
Riffles, come on, you gotta help me out here, please.
Miss Lloyd. She was the one in the red hood. There's no denying that now. But I can't help feeling we still don't know the whole truth behind the case.
I'm innocent, you gotta believe me.
Dude, he totally is Revolver Ocelot. Holy shit, I didn't even think of that. He's like Revolver Ocelot if he was a punk rocker. What is with this guy's like neck piece anyways? I mean, the tie I can understand. You know, the whole chest thing. Makes sense he'd be wearing a chessboard around his neck. But what's with the spikes?
Can I really let this happen? Is this really how it ends? The look in her eyes. The crack in her voice as she begs me to help her. This is no act by a criminal. She's genuinely scared. And if I let him take her, we'll never know what really happened.
Huh?
What the?
Get your filthy hands off of... Oh, shit. Assassin versus bodyguard?
Quiet now. Is that any way to greet me? Your neck has barely begun to heal, and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed. Oh, right, he's the guy with the injury. I don't know, for some reason I had it in my mind he had like a broken arm or something else. Didn't realize that was supposed to be a neck brace. It's a very stylish neck brace. What? It's you. Ah, so you do remember? What do you think you're doing, pal? Put the knife down and give it up. You got some knife, pal. Holding a stunt like this in front of a bunch of police officers. Don't even think about it. You don't stand a chance against this guy.
Who are you really, Mr. Doe?
Let's just say I'm no simple ice cream seller.
The guy's a pro, a hitman. His name's Shelly the Killer.
The killer? There's not a legal professional in the country who doesn't know that name. An assassin capable of taking down any target, any place, any time. This isn't the first time our paths have crossed. It's been too long, Mr. Edgeworth. But of course, this is the first time we've met face to face. You're the assassin we've been looking for. In a sense, yes. A certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wang. I swear I've seen this picture in one of my old files before, but how could I have been so careless? My bandage proved useful for bringing a knife into the park undetected. But I miscalculated in certain other regards. He didn't bring a gun. Now, shall we play a little game, Mr. Knight? I know how fond you are of such diversions. The stakes must be high in order for it to be fun, of course. Shall we wager, say, your life?
What do you want from me?
I would like for you to allow Mr. Edgeworth to remain in charge of the case. He what?
What are you up to, Mr. Killer?
I would simply like our mutual friend to see things through to their conclusion.
Yeah, this is definitely the Shelly that we all know and love.
Huh? But why?
Bastion Brook was a man of great skill, one with whom I felt a certain connection. It is only right that the truth behind his death be brought to light. With Mr. Brook's departure, the case is now yours to investigate. Is it not, Mr. Knight? I'm simply asking that you transfer the authority to Mr. Edgeworth. It's not something worth losing your life over, surely.
You're just using the investigation excuse to get close to the president.
Am I really? I suppose it's true that in order for the investigation to proceed, we will need to enter the presidential plane.
You think I'm gonna let you near him? I'm his chief bodyguard.
Are you? And here I thought you were only second in command.
Rook's not around. That means I'm number one.
I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes.
Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me.
If that is indeed the case, then I would ask that you make a choice worthy of a leader. Will you needlessly throw away your life, or will you allow the investigation to continue? Is he really doing this to gain access to the president? Does he even need to? What is he plotting? You have no objections, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth. Come, let us continue the investigation.
What do we do, sir?
It would seem we have little choice but to do as we are told. That said, listen, detective, and listen well.
Oh, he's got a plan.
I'll buy some time as I investigate. Meanwhile, you gather the other officers. Have them surround the plane and make absolutely certain that there is no way he can escape.
Yes, sir. You got it. In before he just, like, commandeers the pilot seat and takes off. We'll save in slot 2 for this one. New game, new slot.
With the death of Bastion Brook and the revelation that Shelly the Killer was in our midst, the case had taken a turn we could have never have predicted. Mr. Knight ordered that the door to the presidential plane be opened, and the emergency personnel attending to Mr. Brook's body were asked to leave. With the scene cleared, we stepped cautiously aboard.
That's quite the plane you got there. Why is there a spacesuit next to a hazmat suit over there?
No president in sight. Now, where could he be? Who knows? Ah, so he's hiding behind the bulkhead door over there, is he? As courageous in the face of danger as ever.
Sorry to disappoint, but did you seriously expect him to be standing here waiting to meet his assassin?
As we've already established, my interest lies only in the successful conclusion of this investigation. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to examine the body. Alright. The only option right now is to play along. The rest is up to you, Detective Gumshoe. So the attempted assassination of the president has become the murder of a bodyguard.
You look like you could use a little help there, Mr. Edgeworth.
Not that I need it, but yes.
That's what I thought. Then there's nothing else for it. Okay, Faraday, great thief extraordinaire. We'll just have to take it from here.
Oh, really? You mean you're going to solve this case for me?
Nope.
I thought not.
But I will provide vital assistance. Now let's get to scouring this crime scene from the top to bottom.
This is a very interesting looking plane he's got here. Why did the emergency oxygen go off? Or are we implying that the president just really loves huffing some oxygen?
It'll take Detective Gumshoe a while to assemble our backup, so I'll need to draw this part of the investigation out for as long as possible.
Alright, what do we got here? Gas masks.
2 gas masks. In case of a poison gas attack, I suppose. The president certainly seems to think he's at risk of assassination at all times.
Wow, gas masks. I've never seen one before. I've heard plenty about them, of course.
Oh? From a fellow thief, I presume?
No, from the Jammin' Ninja. You know, my favorite kids' TV show. Princess Murasaki was getting married, but toxic ninja Wolfsbane showed up to lay down some sick burns.
And time to tune out. Might save myself a brain cell or two.
Edgeworth is not about that common children's rabble, Jammin' Ninja. He's more of a sophisticated man, as a lover of the Steel Samurai.
A riot shield. Next to it, a canary in a cage.
Aw, she's so sweet. I want one. Did you ever see a cuter partner in crime?
Partner in crime?
Well, yeah. She can help me with lockpicking and stuff like that. A great thief has no greater ally than nature, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sadly, such birds are most commonly used for detecting poisonous gases. Wait, this one isn't actually for that, is it?
I don't know, considering everything else around here, I have a feeling it might be. Okay, what do we got here? Oh, we got a used bulletproof vest.
That looks heavy. So this is what a president wears, huh? Must be made of something super special.
Yes, to protect him from bullets.
What? So it's not just for show?
Of course not. This is a bulletproof vest.
Maybe that's the one that's the bullet that attempted to kill him.
Oh, so that's what one of these looks like. Why didn't you just say so? Now I feel silly.
Documents of some kind.
We could always steal a glance.
Oh. It's another plan.
Another security plan.
Oh yeah, like the one from the trash can.
Precisely. But wait, something feels off.
Let's take a look at the old one first. We can compare the two. There seems to be a severe lack of security. Like, all of these extra guards. Spectator area should be covered at all times. The president's safety is paramount. Also covered in case of amphibious assault. What the fuck happened to all of this? Oh, wrong button.
The 2 plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point?
Huh? Oh, you're right.
Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday.
The president's orders.
Why the urgency? Why would this paranoid president tell him to get rid of security?
Because of what happened the day before. The killer tried to take him down. He infiltrated the security detail. Posed as one of us. Brooke figured it out first, but not before the guy got within striking distance of the president. If our leader hadn't stepped in just then, we'd all been out of a job. But he made it, and our friend here wound up with a seriously twisted arm. Brooke put a bullet in it for good measure, too.
Oh, that explains everything. That's why the killer said that he knew Rook well. Because they met 2 days ago.
And where were you while this was happening?
You were the first one I overpowered, were you not?
Oh, that's embarrassing. Shut up, kid.
Ah, now I get it. Your neck has barely begun to heal and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed.
It's you. Busted my neck so bad I can't even look to my right.
I was somewhat astonished to have sustained an injury at all. A testament to Mr. Rook's skill. He was truly a master of his craft. Unlike a certain someone I could mention.
I'm just as good as he ever was.
You were a pawn to his queen, my young friend.
What the heck do you know?
That's why you remembered Mr. Brooks' name. You admired his skills as a bodyguard. Indeed, while I was serving on the team, I learned the names of all the operatives. But his in particular stayed with me. It joined the very short list of those who have ever successfully wounded me.
So that's the connection he was talking about.
And that's why we changed the security plan. Had to be sure there weren't any more assassins in the ranks. President didn't want anybody on stage he didn't trust. And he only trusts 2 people. Me and Rook.
How does that explain your change of position?
Oh yeah, he switched over to the right-hand side. Told you. I can't turn my neck to the right. I can only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage.
I can't turn his neck to the right, so he was moved to the right side of the stage. Oh yeah, I guess then, yeah, because he can look to the left. That makes sense. I was thinking like, but when he need to look to the right, but no, because looking to the right would mean looking at the president, and that doesn't seem very useful.
Curious figure of a curious animal with a curious expression is staring straight at me. How curious.
And look, there's a big lever right by its butt.
Don't even think about it.
Oh, I wasn't thinking anything, I swear.
I imagine that lever opens the panels beneath my feet. Ah, I see. So he's standing on a trap door. I strongly advise you not to pull it. Do so, and you will regret it. You know, I'm okay with taking some advice, especially when it's from a professional killer.
How does he know there's a... Okay, yeah, there's a pretty clear outline there. Why does he have butt plugs? Or, you know, the other end. Could be either or, really.
These personal safety alarms are very colorful. Looks like they got a lot of use as well.
I like the president. He seems like a thoughtful guy. Buying these for his kids, maybe his wife too.
Why would they all be here if that was the case? No, these are for his own personal use.
Objection, Your Honor. It's simply not possible for one person to use this many personal alarms. Why, you ask? Because he's human, and therefore possesses only 2 hands.
20 hands would not be enough to count the number of objections I have to that objection.
Edrith is just jealous because she's right. Nothing else here? It doesn't look like it. Alright, backing out.
Someone has left an inflatable boat and an oar here. Probably so it's ready to go at any time.
Wait, But there's only one ore.
You can still row with one ore, you know.
I guess that's why the auction's out, because he wants to be ready for any emergency at any possible second. You never know when the plane's gonna either go down in flames or, I don't know, go up in poison gas. Alright, what else we have here? We got the body. I know, that's like the most obvious thing here, but I was like holding off on the body for now.
It's a solid circular life preserver, designed to be used in case of an emergency on the water. Or rather the sea, to be more precise.
Oh, the sea. I love the sea. We should go sometime.
Sorry, but you'll have to make that particular trip without me.
Oh, don't be like that. Come on, it'll be fun. We can have lobster rolls, ice cream, all that good stuff.
Something tells me the sea isn't the main attraction for you, is it?
Alright, body time. Poor JJ. He never did get those pictures of Spider-Man.
So the victim was also carrying a revolver.
It looks like he was trying to use it.
He probably drew it on instinct when he felt threatened. You should check to see if he managed to fire any rounds off. All there. And no other signs of the weapon have been used. Was this on loan from Shangfa too?
Yep, sure was. We're always issued with the same model gun.
The bullet seems to have entered just under his armpit and went through his body. He was hit in an area his bulletproof vest didn't cover. Like it was on purpose or something.
Like it was on purpose or something, huh?
The cause of death would appear to be loss of blood. Attempts were made to stanch it, but to no avail.
Max must have been brought in to try and save him.
Sadly, it was too little too late. It's the victim, Mr. Bastion Rook, bodyguard to the president of Shangfa.
He's one of the guys that brought the president inside as soon as the shooting started.
Which means he continued to do his duty right up until his dying breath.
At least he'll get posthumously promoted?
Hey, it's better to know when to say nothing at all than to end up with your foot in your mouth.
What do you mean?
I mean, bodyguards don't even operate on the same rank promotion system as the police in the first place.
They get paid pittance to do some of the most dangerous work. Although I guess if you're working for the president, I'm sure that pays a little higher.
It's a bulletproof attaché case. Bodyguards use them to shield their clients from gunfire. There was some in the case photographed too. Looks like Rook and Knight each had one.
Almost looks like they're shielding themselves more than anything.
Oh, hey, that's the photo I snatched.
You can hardly steal a photo at a public event, Kay.
But I'm snatching up a moment in time with every picture I take, you know?
I take it snatch is your new favorite word.
Maybe.
Anything else here? How about the trap door?
It's a trapdoor connected to the lever on that curious figure.
If someone were to open it, everyone would fall through. Mr. Rook, Mr. the Killer.
Don't even think about it.
I wouldn't dream of thinking up ways to take you down.
Might I suggest you keep your monologues internal?
Is that it? Oh, I thought there was another thing there. No, this looks like it. Alright, logic time maybe? I think we've explored everything. Well, it passed through the victim. Where did it end up? This was targeted during a speech, premeditated attack. Bullet lodged in it. Is it the president's? Maybe that? Hell yeah.
2 bullets were fired in total. We know this because 2 shots were heard. One traveled through the flag and into the balloon. The other took Mr. Rook's life.
But there's a bullet in the president's vest too, right? How's that possible?
How indeed. The numbers don't add up. However, there is one possible explanation.
There is?
After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. In other words, 2 of our bullets were in fact 1.
No way.
He's right. If the president hadn't been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse.
And he wasn't injured at all by the impact. He wouldn't have been struck by a vest. A bullet can inflict serious damage.
Sure. I've known guys with broken bones that way. But the president's okay. He's made of strong stuff.
Sounds like he didn't even need a vest.
Let's not get carried away here. I want that bullet's ballistic markings analyzed.
Remind me what those are again?
Guns leave a unique pattern of grooves on every bullet they fire. By examining these grooves, we can use them to identify which gun it came from. Think of them as fingerprints of a sort.
You can tell that from a bullet? Then what are we waiting for? Analyze away.
Might be easier said than done. That bullet hit solid armor. The impact will have completely flattened it. You'll be lucky if there's anything left for forensics to find.
What? That was all set for some analyzing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. A little hard to examine that one. Okay. Well, what else do we have here? Found in a trash can. That's the killer's revolver. Is it the same gun? Question mark? Boy, how is that supposed to work?
2 guns are exactly the same, meaning it's likely that the one we found is also from Shangfa.
Well, you know what? Maybe it was Shelly's after all then. Shelly said he was working as an undercover bodyguard for the president. And if every bodyguard for the president is issued one of these guns, I don't know. Seems kind of likely.
Bodyguards all got their guns from Shangfa authorities, right?
Yes.
Are they, like, super rare or anything?
No, I don't believe so. This model isn't exactly easy to come by in this country, but it's certainly not impossible either.
Boo. There I thought they might have valuable treasures.
Yes, it is something of a shame.
Oh, I just mentioned treasures and you actually responded for once.
I only meant to point out that if the guns were rarer, it would be much easier to trace them, which would have made them treasures of the evidence variety, I suppose.
See? Everything's a treasure hunt one way or another, including this investigation.
You could say that.
Alright then. It's treasure hunting time. On with the investigation.
She certainly seems a lot more enthusiastic all of a sudden.
Okay. Did we check this door? No.
The president is on the other side of this door.
What a door it is! Bet I could get the better of it though.
Get the better of it. Doors aren't there to be beaten.
Look how heavy it is! Look at that lock. It's just sitting there begging for me to try it.
Calm down, Kay, and think. Why would this door be locked?
For me to open it, of course.
Precisely. For you to open it, of course. Wait, what is the right answer anyway?
I mean, I don't know. It's to lock the president in? That doesn't seem wrong, right? Does it?
It's a bank of monitors displaying camera feeds from in and around the plane.
The fuck is that middle left one? What? That's not a... I don't think that's a monitor. I think that's like a monitor broken turned into a shelf, or a missing TV turned into a shelf, and then whatever that is on it. Okay, well, we know where we're clicking on first.
What on earth is this?
Oh, that? It's the president's favorite plushie. It's a memento of something. Anyway, don't touch.
If that's the case, then why has it been...
Left up there like nobody cares about it? Yeah, that is pretty weird.
Certainly wouldn't be the first place I would think to display a beloved item. Wait, are those shards of glass underneath it? I thought something seemed strange about this cubbyhole, but now I'm sure of it. There was almost certainly another monitor here. That's quite enough investigating for now. What is taking so long, Detective Gumshoe? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, have you solved the case? No, not yet. Is that so? Then perhaps interviewing another key witness might help you to do so. Another witness? Who?
You don't mean...
The most important witness of all? The man on the other side of that door? You really intended to have me question the president? Now, if you would be so kind as to summon him, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop right there, the killer. You're nuts if you think I'll let him anywhere near you.
Well, Mr. President, I'm sure you're watching us through your security feed, aren't you? In which case, I politely request that you show yourself. That is, if you value your bodyguard's life.
Get out here, President. Let's talk. I mean, I get he's probably scared, but still. It's probably for the best.
Well then. If nothing else, we now know what kind of a man you really are.
Mr. President! Stop! You can't do this. Let's just all calm down, alright?
Come on, Detective, where the blazes are you? Lights, what's happening? Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth. I would advise you to stay very still. It seems I will not be granted my audience with the President after all. Even with Mr. Knight's life as my bargaining chip.
No! Stop! Ugh.
Oh my god, what's going on?
Okay, you won't get away with this, Mr. Killer. I have seen enough, and now I know the truth. Where are you? Where did you go?
Oh my god. What the fuck's going on?
I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth.
And of course, Gumshoe's not here with the police, so he gets away again.
Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe. Sir! Mr. Edgeworth, sir!
And he got away. Can't believe this.
He must have been knocked unconscious. Sir, you're gay. Are you right, Mr. Edgeworth? Never mind me. He didn't hurt you, did he, Kay?
Nah, I'm fine. Only just woke up myself. My hair will be sore for a while, but that's about it. So you can stop worrying.
Detective, did you manage to stop the killer?
Well, see, Miss Lloyd came running out of the plane and, still doesn't see it flown the goop. We were too late. I'm sorry, sir. How long did it take you to round up these police officers? Bodyguard over there told us something too. It seems there's an inflatable boat missing from by the window. The killer must have stolen it and rowed himself across the lake.
What about the cordon around the park?
I called everybody back to the station to stake out the plane, including the guys stationed around the water.
No. So he's completely slipped through our fingers.
Not the best look for the department, but yeah. Now, how, like, short-staffed were they? Was it just... They needed people now, so I guess they had to take the people that were, like, guarding the park to take them to the plane? I mean, I guess that makes sense. It was an emergency, after all. It's not the best of situations, but it's a pretty damned if you do, damned if you don't kind. Although, you know, if we were going to trust these police to take care of the park, did we really need them to approach the plane? Because if they really were doing their job and guarding the park, they would have just caught the killer anyways, right? So this almost kind of could be on you. One could say maybe Edgeworth is partially at fault here, because he's the one that told Gumshoe to go and and surround the plane. Now, Gunshoe should have probably been a lot faster, but park's also pretty big. I don't know. There's a lot of parts of this situation.
Hey, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight, you're alive.
Yeah, no thanks to that murderer.
Oh, that reminds me. I found this lying on the ground next to you, Mr. Edgeworth. A calling card, marked with a seashell. Guess he wanted to leave a message.
The classic the killer calling card.
The killer usually leaves these next to the bodies of his victims.
Yeah, but you're not dead, sir.
But I could have been. Maybe that's the message. Can't stop thinking about his parting words. I have seen enough, and now I know the truth. I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. Now I know the truth. The truth about what?
Roger that. All clear here, sir. Over.
What's going on?
That was the president. He's coming out.
Now?
God, I fucking love this guy. He's so jacked. New favorite Phoenix Wright character right here.
So he's the president of Shangfa, Mr. Dijun Wang. And you are... It's an honor to meet you, Mr. President. My name is Miles Edgeworth. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am Dijun Wang. Your efforts on behalf of Shangfa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis. You must be referring to the Yatagarasu case. Thank you, sir. But all I did was solve a few local cases of murder. You are too humble. I've been observing your investigation. You are an oppressive operator, Mr. Edgeworth. Even if the killer did get away. That's very kind of you to say. So he was watching through his security feed. Sadly, I must inform you that this is as far as your investigation goes. What do you mean? Hear me, foolish prosecutor, for I shall only say this once. Knight has apprised me of the state of affairs, and from this point forward, the case will be handled by Shangfa's police force, the finest in the world.
Wasn't he the one that apparently was paranoid of people in his own police force trying to assassinate him? Hence why he had to get foreign bodyguards? Or was that the killer that said it? Yeah, it could still be true. Considering that he did actually hire foreign bodyguards.
And with the killer out of the picture, they're still looking to get me thrown off the case? What do you think you're doing, pal? Nobody talks to Mr. Edgeworth like that. Even had it been for him, the killer would have... Detective. Forgive him, Mr. President, but I must confess to being somewhat confused. I failed to see how wide this case falls within Shangfa's jurisdiction. You failed to see. Enough, puny prosecutor. You seek explanations from the head of state? I say no. 1,000 times no. I will not explain myself to you. Now hand over the evidence you have gathered, and remove yourself from this plane.
I'd do as he said if I were you, Edgeworth.
This can't really be the end of the line, can it?
Case evidence handed to Mr. Knight. Well, I guess it is.
Why? Why let us come so far only to pull the case out from under us? Now, you may leave. Knight, detain the suspect.
Yes, sir. Right away.
To make an attempt on my life? To murder one of my faithful servants? The effrontery, the villainy.
I didn't murder nobody. Cause I...
Shut your mouth, Miss Journalist.
I...
Answer me this. In a world already lousy with lies, with deception, with sin and inequality, can we really stand by and suffer yet another crime to go unpunished? I say no. 1,000 times no. There can be no forgiveness. There can be no surrender. Why, you ask me? Then I will tell you. He's hiding something. I'm certain of it. If I leave now, we'll never know the truth. Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth, there's gotta be something we can do.
Well, when logic doesn't prevail, it's time to use our fists. Alright, Edgeworth. You got this. I'm sure you can take down that guy. He's built like a fucking ton of bricks. But he's no match for you.
Think, Miles. Remember. How many times have you faced situations like this in the courtroom?
I don't know. I don't think Phoenix was quite this buff.
You've confronted the lies of witnesses and countered the arguments of other lawyers. Has the critical evidence always been laid out at your feet? No. And yet you always get to the truth of the situation in the end. With your greatest weapon of all, your words.
Yeah, chess time. Let's go.
Now, let us analyze the state of play.
Begone, puny prosecutor. Or do you dare defy the direct order of a president?
He's not going to listen. He clearly means to drown out any objection by means of pure rhetorical force. When an opponent is on the offensive, the best thing I can do is bide my time and wait for an opening. As he said himself, he's a head of state, a seasoned politician. He won't open himself up to attack easily. I can't let him bully me into submission. I have to stay calm and alert. If I can read his movements and expressions correctly, I may be able to find my opponent. My first aim should be find out why he is insisting on Shangfa's taking over the case. The board is set. Time to make my opening gambit. Mind chess commence.
Do we want to go directly to it? Or are we gonna beat around the bush a little bit? Let's see where we're going then. Let's see what he has planned.
Did I give you permission to speak? No. 1,000 times no.
Alright, let him speak, maybe.
I am the leader of Shangfa. I have no time for your insolent backchat. I was simply hoping to confirm one basic fact. You say that the investigation will now be assigned to your national police force? I do. Now enough of your pointless questions. Good boy. The interior of this plane is the sovereign territory of Shangfa. You have no rights here. Is that so? Could it be that our current location itself is significant somehow? I should keep that in mind. It could be a useful clue. Lost the avenue of inquiry. Let me try another angle. Oh, okay. Could you at least explain to me why I'm off the case? Imbecile! Cease your insolent jabbering. Need not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own, and they are none of your concern. Perhaps it's time to employ my clue.
Yeah, I'll just go for the clue.
In the course of your conversation, I've deduced certain facts from your behavior, Mr. President. For example, you seem particularly aggressive when discussing our current location. You smarmy smart aleck. As you said yourself, he's the presidential plane and is the sovereign territory of Shangfa. And from that we can infer that you believe the rules of extraterritoriality apply inside here. Is that correct? Enough! Cease your objectionable whining.
He's mad again. Biding my time.
If you have nothing else to say, then stop wasting my time and get out of my sight. Maybe there is such a thing as biding my time too much. Oh, fuck. I thought for sure that was it. Okay. If I can read his movements and expressions quickly, I may be able to find out me. Okay. Let's explain why I'm off the case. And then... Are they related to our current location? And then we get back here. Okay, yeah. Don't bide my time, because I thought he was mad. But instead we're just gonna go for this. You can rant and roar all you like, but you won't escape my scrutiny. It was unmistakable. The moment I mentioned extraterritoriality, you became visibly agitated. You think you're clever, don't you? Let me answer your little question. It's true. Extraterritoriality applies. Your laws mean nothing here. And? Why does that matter, you ask? It matters because it means you are powerless. You have neither influence nor authority here. Interesting. So the extraterritoriality issues does have something to do with all of this. Let's dig a little deeper into the claim that the plane is sovereign territory, shall we? Oh, thank God I get more time. This next move will surely decide the victor. He may be the president, but nobody is untouchable. I'll just have to find the right angle of attack. You believe that extraterritoriality applies here, but can you prove it? Do you even understand what you're asking? Of course. If I didn't, I wouldn't ask it. Have you no shame? Calling into questions the good word of one such as myself? Maybe I should have bided my time. Fuck. You must have realized by now what a massive corner you've talked yourself into. Yeah, that was a waste of time. Worthless, meaningless bluster. Some pathetic ploy to buy time, perhaps? Yeah, I should have bided time. Okay, so we went through this one. Bide time. I have no more time for this. You clearly cannot be saved from your own foolishness. You needn't worry about me. I'm not the one who needs saving. That would be Miss Lloyd, the woman who is being wrongfully accused of this crime. Your chivalry is admirable, but it changes nothing. The right to extraterritoriality cannot be denied. This is Chang-Fa. I don't want to take this any further. I'll need a clue of some kind. Let me try another tack for now. Surely you see that you have overplayed your hand? Nobody asked for your opinion. You need only obey me, nothing else. I don't know. Both seem pretty useful. We'll try it. You must have realized by now what a massive corner you've talked yourself into. Oh. Generic text strikes again. Oh god, we have to go through all of this again? Buy time. And then... Oh, I see, because then it loops back around. I took so long I forgot what it looked like. Surely you see that you've overplayed your hand? Fuck, I did it wrong again. Buy time? You dare tell me how to govern, how to lead? You dare contradict me? On the matter of Miss Lloyd's guilt, yes I do. No, she is guilty. She is the culprit. There is nothing left to debate. Fuck, I'm out of time. Enough of your questions. Out, now!
all that, and I just lost like a single little chip of health. That's it. I guess now I have to do the whole thing again. This thing's hard. I like it though. Okay. Oh man. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish this case tonight. Jeez. Let me see if I can at least get through this mine chest. Okay. Let's go for biding time. I think that worked well last time. And then you've overplayed your hand. Nobody asked for your opinion, you need only me. Nothing else. Do you really think I'll obey you? You must have realized by now what a massive corner. Oh, fuck. Okay, overplayed hand. Bide time. I still have plenty to say. Yes, of course she is the culprit. Because I feel like we're going in circles otherwise, so I need to pick something else. But I guess that's not going to be it. Overplayed hand. Bide time. And we're out of time again. Fuck. I'm not sure I'm able to think this through tonight. But I'm scared if I, like, stop it here, I'm not going to remember anything next time we come. Alright, one more try. Once more into the breach. Okay. Does the rule really apply here? Maybe this? No. Okay. So this one's probably also biding. Okay, rule really applies. Bring into question. Bide time. Okay. I think it's any further, I'll need a clue of some kind. Try another attack for now. Alright, overplayed hand. Maybe this one works here? No, okay. I thought maybe it'd be a little different from the opening question. And then bide time again. He just goes on a rant about telling him how to govern. Maybe it's this one? Okay, no. It's biding again. I just have to keep biding. Let this guy keep ranting, that's what he's good at. Just keep biding.
Who else could have fired from outside the plane? There is no other viable suspect. Fascinating. So he's claiming that Miss Lloyd fired him from outside the plane. This could be a vital clue. I've exhausted this avenue of inquiry. Try another. Oh, okay.
So just keep biding time on this one too. Let him go at it. Clue? Oh, here we go. Oh, the last possible second.
I may not be able to call the extraterritoriality of the presidential plane into doubt. However, according to you, she shot at you from outside the aircraft, correct? In which case, extraterritoriality could not possibly apply in this case. Your assertion is entirely without merit, and the detainment of Miss Lloyd cannot be justified. How could I have bested by a mere prosecutor? But I am the president! Checkmate. And thus, our handle on this case has been justified. Because if she is the culprit, doesn't matter what, fired outside the plane, it makes it a local problem. I trust you won't mind if we continue our investigation now, Mr. President. I hereby officially and unreservedly confirm my approval. Consider it a gesture the magnanimity and generosity of which my good office is known. Yes, for without noble acts such as these, unmistakably and irrefutably, for which reason we hereby... There can be no other outcome, for our goals are lofty in our hearts. People of Shangfa, I swear to you here and now, this investigation will continue.
All that when he could have just said, okay, you got me.
Mr. Knight, if you would care to return the evidence... Take it.
Thank you. Much appreciated. We did it, Edgeworth.
We sure did. And now the investigation can continue.
Whatever. Enjoy your pocket full of pawns. I'll be over here enjoying how you put them into play.
Then you will definitely enjoy my next move. Mr. President, one more favor, if you would be so kind.
What is it?
Could you please give us your testimony concerning the incident itself?
Now you want me to testify? Whoa, whoa! That's your next move? If you want the president to testify, you'll have to take him to court.
All in good time, Mr. Knight. He will get his day in court soon enough. But if a person of interest refuses to cooperate at the investigative stage of the process, they are obliged to provide detailed justification as to their reasons for doing so.
That's...
What's the matter? Is there something you'd rather we didn't know?
They're probably like transporting illicit goods or something. Got any of that leftover funny money? Think one of your guys was helping to peddle?
Stand down, Knight. I'll do as the prosecutor asks. Thank you for your cooperation.
Now listen, and listen well. Alright, let's see if we can make it through this one. If this isn't the last testimony though of the case, then I'm gonna have to probably save it for next time because holy fuck, I'm done.
Where was I when the incident occurred? The stage, of course. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me. Then bang! A shot rang out and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby. Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane. And then the second shot. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing.
I guess if you look at it in one way, the president is also a victim here.
Yes, the victim of an attempted assassination. Rook was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I don't know, if one could argue he was in the right place, you know, considering his job and all.
But that makes it even weirder. Why would the target of a crime try to obstruct the investigation?
My guess is that there's something behind all this that he doesn't want made public.
A cover-up, huh? I knew there was more to this case than meets the eye.
And the president isn't the only one who knows the truth. Isn't that right, Mr. Knight? Time to get to the bottom of this once and for all.
Hold it!
And how would you describe the incident exactly?
Oh, you naive little man. Do you really think your silly simple question will shake me? I was involved in a craven attempt to silence me with cold steel.
And while I was speaking to my adoring public, no less.
Hold it!
When they stepped in to protect you, were you aware of the fact that you were being targeted? Was I aware of the... No, I was aware of my audience. Nothing else. When I step up to the podium, I enter another world entirely. A place of rapture. A place beyond words.
Yeah, I think that's called stage fright. I bet you're like a deer in headlights.
No, 1,000 times no. I remember every second, every moment is indelibly etched into my memory. When Brooke and Knight stepped in, I was shocked, overwhelmed, taken aback.
Man, how's this guy managed to find time to be so dramatic and also just so fit?
About that red balloon. Are you trying to test me, Mr. Prosecutor? No, Mr. President, I simply wish to confirm what you remember. Very well. There were two very large, very round balloons. One on either side of the stage. The deep crimson hues stood stark against the sky, just as the security plan said they would. Same security plan we found the trash can, I assume. Brooke and Knight led to my aid just before the balloon exploded.
Hold it!
You said they tried to escort you back onto the plane? Yes, this is exactly what I said. They threw open their attaché cases. That must be the moment Kay captured on camera. And immediately moved to help me back onto the aircraft.
Hold it!
Do you know where that second bullet went? Is this how you treat a foreign dignitary? Or do you really think needing such questions necessary?
Oh, why is he so upset now?
Must you insist on going over the same details again and again? Even my presentations has run its limits. You know full well where it went.
I do? I don't recall having lost anything, but sure. Oh, these instructions. No? I don't know.
Hold it!
Probably important though. I'll keep a note on that one.
If I may ask, what was the victim like in that moment? He was a man amongst men. A real hero. The mere impact of the bullet took my breath away, and yet he had the strength to grab me and rush me back inside the presidential plane. So you and the victim entered the plane together, is that correct? Yes, he offered his noble protection. I gladly accepted it. All was as it should be. It sounds nice and all, but doesn't that just mean he always was the first to make his escape? He's a president, detective. It's basically in his job description to do so.
Nothing he's saying seems too far off base.
The guy's the victim here. Wouldn't make much sense for him to lie to us, you know? Guess we gotta assume he's still in the... No. One of the things he said is clearly wrong. Think back to the scene of the crime.
Huh? Did we miss something? Alright, let me see that evidence again.
Might as well take another look myself.
Okay. Instant current on the stage. Suddenly Rook and Knight jumped in front of me, right? Then bang, a shot rang out and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby. I don't know. Usually when people are so specific about their descriptions, that tells me they're wrong.
You say it was a plain red balloon that burst, but I strongly beg to differ. Take a look at this. I think you'd agree that it's hardly plain, wouldn't you? What? Who is that? Mr. President, meet the Steel Samurai. I would have hoped you might recognize him, especially if you were hoping to ingratiate yourself with the people of this country.
Yeah, you need to watch Jammin' Ninja too. He's amazing.
So you see, the balloon that was struck by the bullet was anything but plain. It was, in fact, of the Steel Samurai. But the briefing mentioned two plain red balloons.
Yeah, it did.
And there they are, right on the security plan.
Do look pretty plain, don't they? Just simple round balloons.
Knight, what is the meaning of this? Explain yourself.
Yes, Mr. President. It seems the steel samurai balloon was borrowed at the last minute, sir.
Borrowed?
That's what we were told. Guess they only reported the incident to us bodyguards, though. Seems there was a little trouble here on the site last night.
Wait, so... Did they, like, swap the balloons because of an incident from last night?
One of the original balloons burst somehow.
Ah, okay, never mind. It's not that complicated.
So they swapped it in as an emergency replacement?
Yeah,
one of the stall holders happened to have it.
give you 3 guesses who that was.
From what I hear, he's more than willing to lend it out. Very happy-go-lucky kind of guy, they said.
Happy-go-lucky stall holder with a steel samurai balloons to spare. Huh.
They filled just the bottom part of the balloon with air to make it look like the other ornamental balloon.
So while it was a steel samurai balloon, it was made to look like a plain red one above water. That's the long and short of it.
Knight, why was I not informed of this? Sorry, sir. We didn't think it was a pressing issue.
And indeed, you saw it and knew no different, correct? Yes, I suppose so. Could you really have been mistaking the steel samurai's pants for a plain red balloon? Still, Mr. President, I struggle to see how you wouldn't have noticed something different about the balloon. Of course! What was that outburst just for? Now I remember. I could barely see the balloon.
Was the podium too tall for him?
You couldn't see it. That's right. The wind was blowing too hard. I don't know. That's a little flimsy to me. The flags to the sides of the stage were flapping incessantly and blocking the view. Is that so? Yes, those 2 flags. They were being blown back towards me.
Interesting. That seems to be a bit of a contradiction, but okay.
It would have been a strong wind blowing right around the time of the incident. Strong enough to blow the flags in just such a fashion. Does that conflict with any way of our understanding of the case?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your testimonies revealed yet another contradiction. Yes, contradiction that could turn this entire case on its head. When I arrived on the scene, the wind had died down and the flags were resting calmly for the most part. But if the wind had previously been blowing the flags as the President describes, a certain piece of evidence suddenly takes on a very different meaning.
Let's see. Where is the bullet trajectory stuff? Yeah. Because it needs to go through the flag. And if they're blowing like that, it'd be pretty hard for it to go through the flag. At least at the angle we found.
Earlier, we deduced that the bullet had struck the steel samurai balloon. And the bullet that passed through the flag were one and the same. From these 2 things, we further deduced that the trajectory of the bullet must have taken. And we concluded that our shooter must have fired from the left side of the spectator area. But the flags are blowing as the President describes. Our conclusion becomes quite different.
Yeah, doesn't match up anymore. No way, if the flags are pointing in the other direction.
Exactly. Our trajectory changes completely. And if we trace that trajectory back to its source, we can ascertain who really fired that shot.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, that would mean...
Yes, I know. We may not yet understand the reason why, but can only have been one person who did it. Who does the bullet's new trajectory implicate as the one who fired the shot?
Knight. Because he could only look to his left. It would line up the whole... He'd be right by where he needs to shoot. He'd be able to shoot the hole. I don't know why he's shooting the balloon, but... Yeah.
The person who fired that shot was none other than you, Mr. Knight.
What?
The path from the balloon back to the flag leads directly to the spot where you were standing.
But the guy's one of the president's bodyguards. Why the heck would he go around shooting balloons?
This is absurd. What exactly are you trying to imply? That Mr. Knight, a man who saved my life countless times, is my would-be assassin?
Seriously, Edward. We put up with a lot from you. But this? President Wang's bodyguards. We're the pieces put on the board to protect the king.
I'll handle this, Knight.
Sorry, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth, the wind was indeed blowing quite fiercely around the time of my speech. But the wind can pick up and die away in an instant, case it not. Therefore, I need proof. Proof that it was blowing hard enough to lift the flags during the crucial moment. First shot was fired right around the time the president raised his fist. I have a piece of evidence that shows just that. Perhaps that can also show us what was happening with the flag then too.
This one, right?
Take that.
That's a 1 in 3 shot. One of them's gotta work.
Your proof is in the picture right here.
Should be good.
Which picture? Where?
You can't, like, look at 3 simple pictures? Come on. Wait, what were we doing? Which way the flag was really blowing right here? Oh yeah, right this.
Take that.
The big old flag in the corner.
Well, do you deny that it clearly shows the flag? There we have it. Proof that it was blowing towards you at the moment of the shooting.
So that means that Bal over there did shoot the balloon. Making him the assassin?
Mr. Knight.
Ooh. Is he the assassin or not? It's weird that he would be the assassin simply because why would he shoot in the opposite direction as the president? Now, he could have been in on it. Maybe he saw someone there. I'm wondering, what if the bullet went the other way?
Mr. Knight is not the assassin. He may have shot the balloon, but the president was on the other side of him entirely. Therefore, he couldn't have been aiming at his boss.
Exactly. Like, why would he shoot the balloon? Yeah. Besides, why would I even shoot the balloon? What would be the point? And watch how you answer, or I might aim for something else next.
There was a point, I'm sure of it. I can figure out what it was. Perhaps I can finally put this whole conundrum to rest. Knight definitely shot the balloon. That fact alone changes everything about the case.
Alright. Knight's position and the assassination attempt. No, assassination attempt, we still don't have anything to solve that with.
Why did Knight's assigned position change?
I told you, I can't turn my neck to the right. I can only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage.
But is that the only reason?
Let us suppose the plan hadn't changed, that Knight had remained on the president's left. Given that he was unable to turn his head to the right, I would have been able to shoot the balloon. Would he have been able to shoot the balloon closest to him? Yeah, if he can only turn his head to the... Oh no, he said he couldn't turn his head to the right. He can only turn it left.
Could Could it be that the security plan was changed for the express purpose of popping one of the balloons? And if we suppose that to be the case, the two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point?
Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders.
That's right. The president was the one who ordered the change.
And there we go. So someone maybe wasn't... I don't know. Maybe they're informed of the change.
If I'm reading things right, the president knew in advance about the balloon shooting. Which means he must have had foreknowledge he would be in someone's crosshairs today as well. And if that's true, then everything else that's been bothering me falls neatly into place. How did the shooter get a gun past such heavy security? And why would they carry out the shooting wearing such a conspicuous item of clothing? Why use a laser sight that would give away their location in an instant? And how did the president suffer no injuries at all despite a direct hit to his vest? These are the questions that Knight and the president don't want us to consider. There's only one possible reason for Mr. Knight to have fired his gun. To create the illusion of assassination attempt.
Idiot. You do understand what you're saying.
Oh, I understand all too well. I understand everything now. Most of all, I understand why you were so keen to take this investigation off my hands, Mr. President. You wanted your real plans to remain hidden.
Dare you speak in front of me that way? Is this some kind of joke?
Oh, it's no joke, I assure you. It is simply the truth, revealed by the careful application of logic and reasoning. Nothing more. The first shot was fired by Mr. Knight with the specific intention of hitting that balloon. The sound of gunfire and the bursting of the balloon were guaranteed to cause a panic. And then he fired again.
He did?
Yes, he fired 2 bullets, both of which were aimed at the balloon. As why he did so is because the second shot was designed to create the impression that the president had been hit.
So then, what's the deal with the one in the vest?
I'm willing to bet that bullet was planted there long before the shooting even occurred.
What a strange crime, just capping someone's invisibility cloak right off the bat.
So Mr. Heroic President didn't take a bullet after all.
That's not true. I was sad, I tell you. We'll be able to verify that for ourselves once we take a closer look at the bullet. At the very least, we can expect to find traces of Mr. Rook's blood on it, correct? But you said it yourself. You found the shooter in the photograph. The person with the red hood. I thought I made myself clear. The trajectory points out to only one possible shooter. You. Or Knight.
Where's Tabby fit onto all this?
She was simply part of their plan. In order to place suspicion elsewhere, they set about creating a fake assassination.
A highly suspicious person with the red hood.
I have yet to ascertain exactly how complicit Miss Lloyd was in the whole scheme. But I can deny with some confidence that none of the shots were fired by her. I suspect her only job was to point a laser sight at the president.
That's right. I was...
Tasked with turning your jacket inside out the moment the crowd flew into a panic, yes. Thus making the mysterious red-hooded shooter disappear in the blink of an eye. Then, when the gun and the security plan were later found in the trash can, it would have all appeared to have been in the work of an assassin so skilled they could vanish into thin air. But then the gaze would have gone gold. Exactly what our friends here were hoping for.
Makes sense why they would want you off the case.
Indeed, because the entire affair was a cheap ruse perpetrated by the president himself.
Oh my god. It's like fucking Fusro dying all over the crime scene. Oh. He lost all his muscles. He lost everything. Was it all a lie? Not even the body survived. Well, damn. Sad to say he's not my favorite character anymore.
The presidential mask he was well and truly slipped. Admit it, the entire assassination was a lie, wasn't it?
That stupid chief prosecutor hadn't insisted on assigning you. Ugh, how could I let this happen?
Objection!
That's enough, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight.
Sorry, but I'm speaking with the president right now.
Yeah, well, I'm doing my job as a knight and protecting my king. So go ahead. Keep running your mouth.
Perhaps it would be better if we stuck to threatening each other with words.
He wouldn't, would he?
Nah, I don't need this thing to shut you up. Alright, my move. Question. You'll claim I fired my gun from on stage. How do you figure I did that in front of a crowd of thousands?
An excellent point. Time for my counter move, I suppose. You had ascertained something that allowed you to conceal your actions.
Certain something, huh? Mighty specific.
What did Knight use to hide his actions from the crowd?
The rain? Oh, the attaché case, maybe. I don't know what else he would have used. This. Maybe it wasn't empty. My attaché case.
Yes, take a look at Kay's photograph. Your right hand is completely obscured by the case. At the very moment this picture was taken, you were firing your gun. And in such a way that you wouldn't be detected.
Objection!
You don't like to let the facts get in the way of a good theory, do you, Edgeworth? Shame you don't seem to have noticed.
Notice what?
The theories that you all have. Conjectures. Nothing more. The flag was billowing in the wind at precisely the right moment. I had my gun with my attaché case. We changed the security plan because I couldn't turn my head. It's all just speculation. Circumstantial evidence at best. You can't prove any of it. If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine, you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun. But no, that bullet is at the bottom of the lake. You gonna get dredged up?
Hate to say it, but he's right. I don't have anything concrete.
I thought not. Maybe now you can shut your mouth.
Miss Lloyd, of course, she could shed some light on this whole situation. I just need to get her to talk.
What's the matter? Something you want to say, Miss Journalist?
No, never mind.
That's what I thought.
Miss Lloyd, I need you to be brave. If you don't speak up, the truth will be lost forever. You are a journalist after all, are you not?
Dang it. I can't stay quiet any longer.
Hey, you understand what you're doing, right? I think carefully before opening that mouth of yours.
You're so focused on begging me a scoop, I forgot the most important thing of all. Real journalists don't lie. Ain't no dang scoop if it ain't the truth. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I should have showed you this before.
What is it?
It's the laser pointer I used on the president.
So wait, she didn't have a gun at all. So where did this other gun come from? Was it part of the play? The plan to fake the assassination? Was the gun with the scope on it fake evidence?
But that's all I done. I never shoot nobody.
You stupid! I thought I told you. You squeal, and you'll go down as an accomplice.
It was him. He told me to do it. I was at Shangfa's embassy sniffing out a story like I told you. This was 3 days back. He comes up to me out of the blue, just starts talking. Help me and I'll get you an exclusive to the president. That kind of stuff.
What about the gun in the trash can?
That I don't know nothing about, I swear it. All he told me was to wear a jacket with a red hood and to point that there pointer at the president. I never thought for a moment it'd blow up my face so bad. I'm sorry. Truly I am.
Thank you, Miss Lloyd. I'd like for you to testify to that effect when this goes to trial. It ought to go a long way toward proving that the assassination was a sham.
What's wrong with you people? Don't any of you know what's good for you?
My sympathies, Mr. Knight. Had you successfully removed me from this case as you intended, perhaps then you could have kept your pawn quiet, hmm?
Whoa, that's oof. Careful of that gun.
So let me get this straight. You told Tabby, if you let slip about our fake assassination plot, we'll have you convicted for murder. Or something like that?
Voldedoidy.
I said no such thing. President Wang.
Give it up, Knight. It's time we came clean. It's our only choice.
We? So, Mr. President, you admit it. You admit that there was a plot to fake an assassination attempt?
I do. I'm sorry.
But why? Why do something like that?
My popularity has been down on the wane back home. I thought that surviving an attempt on my life might give me the boost I needed. I know what we did was wrong, so yes, it was all lies. All of it.
And then the bullets in the vest.
It was planted ahead of time. I wasn't hit by anything today.
But then, what's up with the killer?
Our plan got out somehow. And then he just appeared. Hell-bent on turning a fake assassination into a real one.
Hence the red raincoat, I suppose. He'd hoped to get in close enough to as the fake assassin to finish the job.
There is one thing I don't understand though.
Oh?
And what would that be? Why did Brooke have to die? If the whole thing was fake, how did he wind up getting himself killed for real?
It's true. And therein lies the actual question.
He was a fine bodyguard, the best in fact. He may not have been the native of Shangfa, but he was someone I could fully trust.
Mr. Rook must have really been something to gain the trust of someone who'd hide from his own shadow.
Sounds like he was as trustworthy to the president as I am to you, huh, sir?
I believe that for me to say, detective, not you. Mr. Brooke must have known about the plan too then, correct?
He wasn't aware of any specific details, so not really. I tried to involve him, but he refused. And you would have to done well to listen to him. This is a tragedy. The life of some good man has been wasted.
What was so great about him anyway? What's gotten into him?
He's just another piece on the board. There to protect you. Nothing more.
Mr. Knight, how could you?
Who was it that actually went along with your plan, huh, Mr. President?
Well, that pious coward backed down and when you needed him most.
When you needed him to step up the most.
I value your support too in all of this, but...
Look, I'm your chief bodyguard now. That's all that matters. And now that spineless fool Rook is gone, things are gonna change around here. Thanks to me, genius strategist, grandmaster, rightful leader of this team.
We are all aware of your ambitions, Knight. But doesn't this seem a little imprudent to you?
Why? Fine, this time is perfect. As they always say. As they always are. And as they always will be.
That's quite the statement. Especially considering that your perfect plan was an abject failure.
Yeah, no thanks to you. And that buffoon Rook.
How exactly was it Mr. Rook's fault?
If he hadn't died, the killer would have never come after me. And I would have had to lead you onto his plane.
Please, Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk like that.
Fine. I'm the guy protecting you. The guy died protecting you, Mr. President. I'm sure it's just something he always wanted.
Did he die to protecting the president?
Wait, I thought the whole assassination thing was fake?
It's so fake you can't tell what parts of it are real.
Oh, come on. You have to say everything twice?
Oops, wrong button.
We planned a fake assassination, but somebody else came along and tried to make it real. 2 shots were fired, remember? Like you said, Edgeworth, one of them was the bullet I shot through the balloon. But the second? That wasn't me.
Oh really? Then who did fire it?
Real assassin, but not the killer. His plan was to come after the president with a knife. Nah, most likely suspect here is a piece cowering quietly in the corner. Our lily white queen over there.
What? Miss Lloyd?
Again with this? I'm not your dang assassin. Was that really true? I for one don't believe it. The gun in the trash can can only belong to you.
This fucking better be the last testimony here, I swear to God.
As soon as I shot that balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the president back into the plane. I left Rook here in this room while I secured the president in the safe room. When I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground. This journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage. That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can.
So you don't actually know when the victim was struck by the bullet, do you?
The knight doesn't protect the Rook, Edgeworth. It protects the king. You want to translate?
He means that his only concern is protecting the president.
I don't know, I see when I'm playing chess, I usually use the knight to protect other pieces, not the king.
Lose the king, you lose the game. Isn't that the first rule of chess?
But a win in which a key piece is sacrificed is a hollow victory indeed.
Doesn't matter. Still a victory. I kept the president safe. I win.
Well, it's a bit early to be calling a little match, in any case, for this is where our battle truly begins.
Hold it!
The victim really didn't take part in your little plan then, did he?
Nope. And we kept him in the dark on the details.
So he really thought the president was in danger? But wait, he must have noticed that the shot came from right next to him?
Maybe he did. Guess we'll never know. And even if he did know it was a sham, he still had a job to do. He still had to protect his king.
And he was able to make a judgment like that in a split second. Impressive. He really was as capable as they say. Not so capable like that I couldn't read him like a book. I made it so you had no choice but to go along with our little performance.
Hold it!
Why do that? You and the president both knew the whole thing wasn't real.
But it had to seem real. There are people everywhere. It's not a good look, right? Imagine if someone had spotted a man who'd just been shot at, hanging out in his plane sipping grape juice like he didn't have a care in the world.
What's the victim doing during all this?
Who knows? I was in the safe room, like I said. Anyway,
Hold it!
Where on the ground exactly?
right where he is now, the middle of the floor. The door to the outside was shut, though. Guess the bullet must have hit him right before he closed it. And thanks to his little blunder, my whole plan fell apart.
Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk that way.
May have kept you safe, Mr. President, but he isn't here now to save your good name. I call that dereliction of duty. What would you call it?
An honorable try, which is more than what you'd give, I'd say.
Sorry, but that's just how it is.
Hold it!
Wouldn't you and Mr. Rook both carrying bulletproof attaché cases?
Yeah, opened them right after Rook spotted the laser sight. We moved into covering positions and used them to shield the president.
So the bullet that hit Mr. Rook traveled through a gap in that defensive shield? Do you really believe Miss Lloyd to be that skilled of a Mox person?
I mean, we don't really know her, so maybe? Nah, she was aiming for the president. That makes her a lousy shot.
So it was pure coincidence that Mr. Rook was hit. And the bullet simply happened to find its way past your attaché cases and through the gap in his vest?
Yeah, seems crazy to me too. But the facts are facts. It was a shot in a million, but the shooter hit the bullseye, and the proof is in your hands.
Hold it!
So the second shot had nothing to do with you?
Right. That one was fired by your little friend. Imagine the scoop she'd have bagged if it had hit his mark.
I'm a journalist, you hear? I don't make facts, I report them.
Yeah, journalists just signed up to a fake assassination plan in hopes of getting a story.
That's not...
Look, I'll admit it, I set the whole thing up. And your role was to aim the laser pointer at the president. It's not my fault that wasn't enough for you. You were the one who decided to bring a gun to the party. Who knows? Maybe you thought if you kept on shooting, you could shut me up too?
So Mr. Knight suggesting that the first fired one shot, and then Miss Lloyd fired one more.
Yeah, basically implying that Tabby also had a gun on her. Beats me where she could have gotten one from, but hey.
His entire testimony is pure conjecture. You can't prove any of it.
You're right. Let's hit him with some cold, hard, undeniable evidence.
I know exactly where to put that evidence. Right where the sun don't shine. Single killer shot. From this gun, hey? One bullet from this gun. Only one. Less than 2, more than 0.
So you contend that it was you who shot the balloon and Miss Lloyd who shot Mr. Rook? Are you sure about that?
Sure, I'm sure.
Well, what you propose would indeed match up with the total number of shots heard. The gun from the trash can itself has also been fired twice. Now, why would the supposed number of shots heard from this gun differ from the amount of spent rounds? Simple. Because it was planted. Planted by the real perpetrator of the crime.
Somebody faked the evidence?
Yes. And if you think about it, the reason for doing so is obvious. To ensure that whoever found the gun would conclude that the shooter had been in the spectator area. And in order to do that, they had to make it seem as if both shots had come from this one weapon.
I get it. So that's why they got 2 spent rounds, huh?
Precisely. As we have already proven, the bullet that burst the balloon came from a different weapon. Which makes it entirely possible that the bullet which killed Mr. Rook didn't come from this gun either.
Nice work, Edgeworth. That's some high-grade sleuthing. Why don't you get to the point? You've come this far. Spit it out.
Oh, I intend to, don't worry. The person who really shot Mr. Rook was... him?
Okay, let's see this for a second here. As we've already come to prove, the bullet that burst the balloon came from a different weapon, which makes it entirely possible that the bullet which killed Mr. Rook didn't come from this gun either. Okay, wait, so let's see. To ensure that whoever found the gun would conclude that the shooter had to be in the spectator area. In order to do that, they had to make it seem as if both shots had come from this one weapon. So we've already proven the bullet that burst the balloon came from a different weapon, which makes it entirely possible that the bullet which killed Mr. Rook didn't come from this gun either. So they just used this gun, put the spent rounds into it, planted by the real perpetrator of the crime. So the only person who really could have shot Mr. Rook, well, it had to be him then, because he was the one that's right beside him.
Take that!
You, Mr. Knight. You're the one who murdered Mr. Rook.
Ooh, finally got the courage to say it, huh?
Surely not. Surely you wouldn't have... Wasn't only the killer who was trying to take advantage of this fake murder plot. You killed Mr. Rook hoping that you would look like an accidental victim of the bungled assassination. With the president locked away in the safe room and the door of the airplane tightly closed, it was just you and Mr. Rook, alone, together. And that was when the third bullet was fired, right into your colleague's body.
Objection!
I mean, this guy seemed to go on and on about how he was now in charge and everything and bragging about it. Definitely have some motive there, maybe.
Wait, you're really gonna claim there was a third one now? You just said only 2 gunshots were heard. Wanna tell me how that works?
Airplane cabins are practically soundproof, Mr. Knight. If you close the door, nothing can be heard from the outside. Not even gunfire.
Wasn't the president right next door?
Very true. Which means he may have heard the shot himself. Well, Mr. President? I didn't hear anything. But you can observe this room through your security feed, can't you? The camera in this room isn't normally on. I have to manually switch it on whenever I enter the safe room.
And that's what you did this time too, right?
Well, that is... It's gotten into him. Mr. President, this is vitally important.
Please, President Wang.
Fine. I was busy hiding under the bed, covering my ears.
What? Even though you knew the whole thing wasn't real?
Yes, because I hate the sound of guns. Just the sight of hint of that awful noise and oh, it's just too much.
This guy was cowering in the corner over a gun.
I mean...
Wouldn't that be like the normal, natural response?
Oof. That there's sadder than a pot of overcooked crawfish.
Mr. Knight, you saw that President Wang was cowering beneath the bed. And what's more, you knew from the monitor bank that the security camera for this room hadn't been switched on. Which means that you knew the circumstances were perfect for you to fire the third shot straight at Mr. Rook. Knight, how could you? Could you really have betrayed my trust so horribly?
You think I killed the old halfwit? You don't trust me much, huh? This is the thanks I get for putting my life on the line. For you day after day?
I want to believe you, but...
I don't get it. I just don't get it. What is there to doubt here?
What? You don't believe that the girl over there could have done it?
No, because the gun isn't a murder weapon. We know this from the number of bullets fired.
Yeah? Well, how do you know there wasn't a spent bullet from the start?
What?
Someone could have fired a bullet from that gun yesterday. Or the day before. And today another bullet. The bullet that hit Rook. That's pure speculation, pal. And you know it. Oh my god, this better end soon. My voice is dying. Maybe. Can you prove it's not true?
Not with any certainty, no.
You're nothing without conclusive proof. So come on. A single piece of evidence. Straight through my heart. I dare you. Well, what are you waiting for?
Must be something. Mustn't there, Mr. Edgeworth? If we can't prove it, Tabby's... Please, Ruffles. I messed up. I know I did. But I should have never have done what I did. Not even for a scoop. But murder? Now that ain't me. Ain't a murderous bone in my body.
Conclusive proof. If only I could prove that that Knight's gun is the murder weapon. Wait, perhaps I can.
If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine, you could run forensics to see if it matched my gun.
We had the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. Forensics could tell us which gun we'd fired from.
No proof, no case. End of conversation.
Hold it right there.
What now? You're not about to claim you do have proof.
Of course I do.
This ought to be good. Alright, bring it on. Show me this proof of yours.
The bullet that killed Mr. Rook is the key to ending our little game.
Very well. My conclusive evidence is...
Not in my possession. Not currently in my possession.
Alright then. Thanks for playing, folks. That's game over.
However, it is here in this room.
What?
As we know, the bullet that killed Mr. Rook passed through his body. But where did it end its journey? Perhaps we should cast our minds back to an earlier conversation. After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest.
He's right. If the president had been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse.
But now, of course, we know that the so-called assassination attempt was a complete fabrication. The vest was prepared in advance, made it look as if it had been hit by a bullet. Which begs the question, where is the real bullet?
I like it. A twist. This is good stuff, Edgeworth. Come on then. Don't keep us in suspense.
Does any of the evidence point to where the bullet that killed Mr. Rook might have ended up?
Take that!
No? Not this one? I mean, that seemed like an obvious way to do it. You know, you shoot your partner, go pick up the bullet, hammer it into the vest. You got yourself a nice little prop for the future. But I guess, yeah, we don't really, that's not really proof because that bullet's kind of useless in its current state.
So where did the bullet end up, and wasn't there something in this room that struck me as odd as well?
Oh! Is it this?
Take that!
There's something very clearly missing from this room.
Yes, Prosecutor with some common sense.
Take a look at the bank of security monitors. I see you've caught on, Mr. President. Splendid. There are screens here showing views from all around this airplane, inside and out. The only external angle not covered is the right-hand side of the aircraft. And that's because one of the monitors is missing. There was a monitor in that space previously, wasn't there, Mr. President? There was. I have no idea what my plushie is doing there now, though. It appears to be someone's vain attempt to hide what is obviously lacking. But where did it go and why? The why is easy enough to answer, because it was struck by a bullet. But if we were to believe that the bullet in the vest was the real deal, then anything that hinted at the existence of another bullet had to be removed.
So where did the missing monitor go?
Where indeed? I believe that it must be hidden somewhere on this plane. After all, there wouldn't have been time to dispose of it outside the aircraft. Detective Gumshoe, conduct a search if you would. Right away, sir. Mr. President, extraterritoriality, remember? I have no objections to the search. Please, go ahead. If it will help us discover the truth behind what happened to Rook, I will not stand in your way.
What are you... I don't believe this.
Rook this, Rook that.
Don't you ever think about anyone else?
The search has been authorized, Detective, if you wouldn't mind.
On the contrary, I think we are thinking about everyone else. I think Knight here is the only one thinking about himself.
Sir, I found the monitor. Excellent work. Now go ahead and extract the bullet. Let's see if I put my hand in here and just, come on. Got it.
You just put your hand through that shard, that jagged hole in the glass. Oh, you're a braver man than I, Gumshoe.
Well, would you look at that? Blood. This is the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, there's no doubt about it.
I'm sure we can quickly do a forensics test just to make sure, right?
And there you have it, Mr. Knight. The single piece of evidence you requested, straight to your heart. Even you must now admit, if this bullet didn't come from the spectator area gun, then Miss Lloyd cannot be Mr. Rook's killer. What? No pithy comeback? Detective, have forensics analyze the bullet for striations and compare them to the gun we found.
Yes, sir. We'll get the evidence you need. You can count on it.
Alright, let's hear what forensics has to say.
Our findings were as follows, sirs. Firstly, the blood on the bullet is indeed that of the victim,
proving that it was the bullet that killed Mr. Rook.
Secondly, we found Mr. Knight's fingerprints on the gun. Wait, but I thought they examined the gun from the trash can, and they didn't find any prints.
Probably from when I handed the evidence over to him.
Ah, okay. You know what? Yeah, that's fair. Because we just, yeah. Nope, that makes sense.
Now for the key part. The striations. If they're not a match, then Miss Lloyd is in the clear.
Lastly, the striations on the bullet are a match with this weapon.
Oh. What? But how could that be?
No way. Oh, come on.
There's no doubt about it, sir. This is the gun that fired the bullet.
How?
I want to know how too. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, isn't that something? Conclusive proof that I was right. What's the matter? You didn't think you had me backed in that corner, did you? Guess you misread the board. Because the only one backed in the corner here is you. Oh my fucking god. There's no denying it. Forensics proved that the gun and the bullet are a match. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area. So who pulled the trigger? Can't have been me. I was up on stage. Which leaves your little friend. That killed Rook. She's the murderer. And you just proved it. Your move, Edgeworth. But just remember two things. One, where you found the gun. And two, which gun that fatal bullet came from. Whichever way you look at it, I can't have been the shooter.
How did it come to this? Me and the President, we admitted to faking the assassination attempt. Now it's your turn to admit something. Who the killer really is.
Well, I guess that does explain why there was 2 spent casings in the trash gun. But they were saying earlier that it was a part of the setup then. But if it was the gun that fired the bullet that killed Rook, then they only set up one of those bullets. Because then the other one was a real shot, right?
There's no way Tabby did it, is there?
Don't let him get to you, Kay. We just need to go over his statements again. There must be something further we can deduce from them.
Okay, let's do this, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
No, that's...
Objection!
What was it you said? That forensics would back you up? How does it feel to be shot in the chest by your own conclusive proof, huh? Not so good, I imagine. The bullet and the gun are a match, Mr. Edgeworth. Kinda has to mean that Tabby pulled the trigger, no?
And so I simply cannot accept that.
But sir, there's no denying the evidence.
There isn't. So what am I missing? If I assume Miss Lloyd to be innocent, then the gun and the bullet shouldn't be a match. What is it, Kay?
I was just thinking, if the evidence points to something that doesn't seem possible, then maybe there's something wrong with it.
You're asking me to call the evidence into question?
Well, there's no way Tabby did this, right? So if the evidence says that she did, then the problem must lie there.
You seem very sure about this.
Call it my great thief's intuition.
Intuition, huh? Still, she could be right. I simply don't believe Miss Lloyd to be a malicious liar, which means, as someone who believes that evidence is everything in court, the irony is not lost on me, but if I were to call a piece of evidence into question, it would have to be...
Not the bullet. The bullet has his blood. That's clearly the bullet that killed Rook. The gun? The gun is the strangest part of this whole thing. Because it was sitting there in the trash. They already said that they were using it as a plant. But he was clearly lying about some part of it because he said that they set up both of the spent casings in there. When clearly one of them would have to be from Rook's bullet. I'm gonna go with this.
If something untoward is going on here, it'd have to involve the weapon, not the bullet. After all, we only just recovered the bullet a little while ago. Furthermore, we know that Mr. Knight had an opportunity to handle the gun.
Now hand over the evidence you've gathered and remove yourselves from this plane.
I'd do as he says if I were you, Edgeworth.
This can't really be the end of the line, can it?
Oh, it was only the beginning.
Indeed, he had ample opportunity. There's no doubt this gun is the weapon that was used in the crime. Which means it must belong to...
Could it be Rook's gun then? It's one of their standard issue pistols after all. He was working for them, but that doesn't matter because he was planning to use a knife anyways. Knight's clearly got his gun with him, so...
Take that!
No, it's not. Okay.
Would that person have swapped it?
Why? Yeah, no, okay.
This weapon that was used in the crime must have been switched. There's only one person who could have done so.
I guess maybe it was his?
Take that!
No, okay. Wait, oh! So it is Knight's. Oh my god, yeah. The most obvious, and it's the last one I picked.
The gun belongs to Mr. Knight. He switched them around. That has to be it.
He would have had to take off the... Yeah, no, that makes sense. He took off the scope. He put it on the other one. And then he set it up so that his gun looked like the fake gun. Or not the fake gun, but the trash gun.
Switch for the one found in the spectator area. Bullet markings match those of the bullet fired in the instant. Yeah, that's the only way that makes sense, because now if the since the bullet came from it, then that means he would have had to swap it. Which means, yeah, that's not Knight's gun in his hand right now. That's Rook's. That's the trash gun right there. Okay, the bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area. That's probably what we're going to be presenting on.
Objection.
No, you hold it. You're the one who proved this. Are you saying that forensics was wrong?
Both had the victim's blood on it, which means it must be the one that took his life. And it does seem to have been fired from the gun that we found in the trash can.
Yeah, so this is probably it.
A man in dire straits, yes, well spotted you.
Alright, let's... Gun fired for the failed bullet, yeah. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area. Okay, so it's number 2. So present gun.
Objection.
There we go.
Admit it. You switched the guns, didn't you, Mr. Knight? That's why the markings match the weapon in question. It was yours all along.
And those fingerprints weren't from him holding the gun. Those were fingerprints because it's his gun to begin with.
Intriguing move there, Miss Edgeworth. And? You must have made the switch when I handed over the evidence. I was busy trying to make the case for remaining on the investigation. You took the laser sight from the gun we found in the trash can and put it on your own. Then, not long afterwards, you handed that gun back to me instead of the one we found.
I did, huh? You think I somehow knew you'd find, let alone run forensics on that bullet sometime in the future?
Is that so strange? You're a chess player, after all. A man well used to thinking several moves ahead.
I'm flattered. But as much as it pains me to admit it, you're overestimating my abilities. And besides, do you have any proof that I made the switch? The gun is the same model as mine. Weird, sure, but it's just a coincidence. And look, there's a laser sight attached. Also take a look at the cylinder. 2 spent bullets. Just what we'd expect to see. So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh? None. That's what.
You say I'm overestimating your abilities. You surprise me.
Yeah, but, like, the fake gun that they put in the trash would have had 2 bullets spent on it. And the gun that actually shot 2 bullets would have also had 2 bullets spent on it. Because the one that he actually fired shot the balloon, shot Rook. That's 2 bullets. And then the other one just had 2 in it because they were planning the second shot. Because it was a botched assassination attempt. So the idea was to try and shoot one at... Because they shot one at the... He shot one at the balloons. So they had to make 1 casing for that. And then there would have been another shot. Was there 2 shots? Yeah, no, there's 2 shots heard. So the second shot would have also matched up with the other spent casing in the trash gun. What can I say? I'm a modest guy. More modest than you, that's for sure. Ever accepted the chessboard, that is.
Well, I don't see a chessboard here, do you?
Shame. Still, I guess this gives you a nice excuse. I didn't mess up. I just didn't have the right evidence.
I don't think I'll be the one making excuses. Rather, I didn't mess up. They just got lucky with the evidence. Will be your excuse, I imagine.
Hold it.
A coincidence, you say?
Or was it a necessity?
Can't be both, pal.
Sure it can. We bodyguards need to protect the president. And the girl needed to use a gun, but she probably didn't know a whole lot about them. It's not so far-fetched for her to pick something she's heard of that we also happen to use.
Okay, but why a revolver?
Why is that your go-to gun? It's probably something to do with the ease of use. No spent casings to chase down, for example.
Exactly. Perfect tool for a job where you can't afford to fail. Or don't know what you're doing. Still, coincidence, necessity, doesn't make a whole lot of difference either way.
Hold it.
Because you swapped it on there.
Whatever, shut up, Edgeworth. Where's your evidence?
Well, that is...
Don't go making accusations you can't back up. Or did your daddy never teach you that? As it stands, facts are my favorite here.
Hold it.
I've been meaning to ask, actually. What about your own weapon? How many spent bullets are in its cylinder?
This old girl here? Well now. I let loose a few rounds earlier, as you saw. And there goes any and all evidence.
He really loads his gun every time he fires it?
But even if I were to tell you how many there were at that time, you'd have no way of verifying that.
Of course. In order to swap the guns properly, he'd have to maintain the right number of bullets per gun. He didn't have the chance to put on any gloves, though, which means...
Alright, I think it's about time you did the right thing and resigned, don't you? Game's all but done, see?
So that means there's going to be fingerprints on the guns.
Hold it. Objection.
The proof is...
Something you clearly don't have. If you did, you'd have made your own move by now.
We do so have proof.
Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
We won't be given the chance to investigate any further. We'll have to work with what we've gathered. Think, Miles, think. Consider all the possibilities.
If you got the goods, it's now or never.
How are we supposed to prove he switched the guns? Unfortunately, we don't have any direct evidence of his wrongdoing, but that in itself is a proof of a kind.
Because otherwise the striations wouldn't line up like they do, right, sir?
Right. We must be carefully consider and infer what we can from the evidence he brings up in his testimony. The truth is in there somewhere. Take a look at the cylinder. 2 spent bullets, just what we expect to see. What proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine? Switch for the one found in the Spectre area. Bullet markings match those of the bullet fired in the incident. But we don't have proof that he swapped it. But I mean, this has to be it, right? What proof do you have that I switched the original gun out from mine? Can we check it again for anything new? This part is called the grip. I've had a few guns in my time, though they've never felt quite right in my hand. This one is no exception. No, there's nothing new here. Okay, let me just do a press on this one again, because I want to make sure. Yeah, so he reloads his all the time, so that's not proof that we can use. In order to swap the guns properly, he'd have to maintain the right number of bullets per gun. He didn't have the chance to put on any gloves, though, which means... well, that means that the guns would have... well, both guns would have his fingerprints on them, but earlier they proposed the idea that they only have his fingerprints because, you know, you gave the gun to him because you're supposed to hand over all the evidence. So that's not really going to do anything of use. Take a look in the cylinder. 2 spent bullets, just what we expect to see. Okay, let's see. Can we check this one still? Yep.
So what else do we have? We know those 2 shots that were fired. According to the recording. Seems to be the bullet that killed Rook. Now, wait, was there supposed to be a third, though? No. Because the 2 would have... One of them came from this. One of the 2 spent ended up coming from this. That's what makes the guns equal now. Or, well, theoretically equal if he didn't empty his gun all the time. Okay. I'm gonna try this one. I don't think this is it because that doesn't... Because I think we were just arguing this whole time about how this gun has no proof. There's no evidence that the guns are swapped.
Objection!
It was it. Yeah.
I have your proof. Right here.
That's your proof?
I think you've been working too hard, Edgeworth. Not the gun itself, the evidence it carries. Evidence that will prove once and for all that it does in fact belong to you.
Right, because the whole lack of evidence thing.
I'm looking forward to this. Go ahead, make your move. What's about to come into play? The rook? The bishop?
Not a pawn, surely.
The evidence the gun will provide takes the form of...
Okay, well, fingerprints what I was thinking, but was I incorrect in thinking that that wasn't possible?
Fingerprints. Namely, your fingerprints, Mr. Knight.
Objection!
Yeah, I don't think this is it, because that doesn't make sense.
My prints.
Of course my prints are on the gun. You handed it right to me when you gave up the evidence. How could they not be on there?
What if I told you there are prints on a part of the gun that you shouldn't have touched at any point?
Oh, the bullets. Okay, we are going there. I briefly thought about this, but I thought, nah, there's... How would we even, like, pinpoint this part of the evidence? And I guess this is how. So I dismissed it in my head.
What?
Where? You can't prove that.
Oh, but I can. There was a place where your fingerprints could never have been left if things happened as you said. Allow me to present the final piece of evidence. That'll bring our game to its rightful conclusion. Here, look closely at the cylinder, Detective.
2 bullets fired, but, where the prints we're looking for, sir?
You did indeed switch the guns when I handed you the evidence. But if that were all you had done, your deception would have been easily detected, because the number of bullets fired by each gun was different.
There were 2 spent bullets in the gun we found. Yeah, but what about Mr. Knight's gun?
We know that he fired 2 bullets from the stage into the balloon. And he fired another bullet into Mr. Rook, ending his life. So, 3 bullets in total, plus the few odd ones he let loose in shock during our little game.
I love that the animation is canon.
And after each shot, he reloaded his gun out of habit. With his bare hands, of course. Officer, where exactly were Mr. Knight's fingerprints found? The ones you mentioned in your report.
Sir, they were found on the exterior of the weapon, but also on the bullets themselves. Well, there you have it. Fingerprints on the bullets, which means he's tampered with the chamber, or with the the chamber.
I'm not sure they could have gotten there just from me handing you the evidence, Mr. Knight.
That's...
And there we have it. Proof that you did indeed switch the guns. This gun, the one which fired the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, is yours. And in taking his life, you are the true assassin.
I didn't... Yeah, sorry, you're not weaseling your way out of this one.
Checkmate.
Is he gonna like accidentally shoot himself in the face now? Oh, okay. Alright, that was pretty good. That was like every piece of evidence from the first game.
I was gonna be the new chief of security. Blasted Rook. If it hadn't been for him, I would have been in charge now. I would have been in control of the whole team. My plan was perfect. The fake assassination was supposed to be flawless.
Detective Gumshoe. Wait, sir.
Curse you, Edgeworth. Our game isn't over yet.
I'm afraid this is as far as we go for today. The next moves we play will be in the courtroom.
But it's not fair. It's not fair.
I'm already enjoying the soundtrack of this game more than the first. I love the, well, it's not called Cornered, but whatever the equivalent of the Cornered music that played during the final ceremony there.
Mr. Edgeworth, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You exposed a murderer within the ranks of my own personal guard. I will not soon forget that. Suddenly very presidential again, now that we're back outside on the plane. I saw it, you know, when I first proposed the fake assassination to him.
You want me to handle it, not Rook?
Rook refused. But I can rely on you, can't I?
Of course, sir. You can count on me. I'll put together a plan that can't possibly fail. And he'll play his part like the pawn he is.
The hatred in his eyes was plain to see. He despised poor Rook. I was not entirely comfortable about moving forward with Knight in charge of our little deception. And looking back, I think he sensed my discomfort. I can't help thinking he played a part in his decision to end Rook's life. Mr. President, none of this would have happened if you hadn't plotted to fake an attempt on your life. That was your crime. It is a crime you'll have to live with. You are right. I can only apologize for the part I played. I will no doubt be made to pay for my actions in one way or another. But I thank you nonetheless. You solved the riddle of Rook's demise, and for that, I shall be eternally grateful. I will be here in your country for a little while longer yet, but when I have returned home, perhaps you will visit us in Shangfa. You will always be welcome.
Are we actually gonna go to Shangfa this time? That'd be pretty neat. I actually get to see some of these weird foreign countries.
Thank you. Y'all don't know how grateful I am. All's well that ends well.
Miss Lloyd, this accusation of murder made against you is of course entirely groundless, but the fact remains that you are a willing participant in the staged assassination attempt. The police will no doubt wish to speak with you about the matter. You should be aware that you may well be punished for your actions.
I know. I'm awfully sorry about everything. Truly I am.
I understand your desire for a scoop, but there are limits.
There sure are. I got me some serious thinking to do. You did it, Miss Edgeworth. That was something else. Local prosecutor solves assassination conundrum. Earns eternal gratitude of president. How's that for a headline? Hey, there's my department. Mr. Prosecutor, how's it feel to solve such an important case? You must be over the moon.
She certainly doesn't seem to stay down for long. No comment.
Dang, you're one tight-lipped son of a gun.
As well as I should be. This case is not over yet. It isn't. A gum, sir. Because until we unravel the story behind this, the case will never be completely over.
The card?
Take that!
Killer's calling card.
Mr. De Killer has yet to complete his assignment. You mean he might still try to murder the president? I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not, this could all blow up into something more sinister yet.
Oh man, a whole game with the killer as the villain? Fuck yeah.
So one would expect with the attempted assassination of a president. The case was all over the news, and my preparations for Mr. Knight's trial were constantly interrupted by requests from the press. There wasn't a person in the land who didn't know about the case. Everybody was talking about it. But in the midst of that frenzy that followed, nobody noticed that this was the only first move, was only the first move in a game far bigger than any of us could have imagined.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm already way more excited for this plot than the previous game. I can see why people prefer this over the first one. And it's a real shame people had to wait like, what was it, 12 years? Or more? I don't know, when this game came out, 2011? Something like that. 12 years for an actual translation. Well, that is the end of episode 1. We will pick up episode 2 next time. Very good start to this game. Very much looking forward to the rest of it. But that will definitely be it for today. I am shocked that I made it through this entire chapter. Because, oh boy, that's a long introduction chapter. That was like actually a full case. That didn't feel like a tutorial. The first part of the first game felt like a tutorial case. Like it felt extra short. It ended at where the tutorial ended. It didn't turn into like a whole other thing. This one's like, no, we got the tutorial. You're going to still get a full case out of it, which is really cool. It even felt a little more challenging than a first case usually should be. I don't know if it was like a mix of the new mechanic or like some of the evidence. I mean, I was getting flashbacks to like the confusing statue switcheroo from the last case of the last game. And yet this was like the first case of this game. So I don't know. We'll see how much more challenging this one is. But it definitely has some potential. Liking what I'm seeing. But that'll be it for today. I will be back tomorrow with a brand new game called Lingo, which looked very interesting. I like from what I've seen, I'm comparing it to Antichamber. So if you remember me streaming that and you liked how weird and trippy Antichamber was, definitely tune in and check that out tomorrow. Other than that, Minecraft should be Friday, as usual. And then next Monday, we will also continue more Zelda. But in the meantime, thank you all for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed. And I will see you next time.